Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 26th, 2020 meeting of Council. I just want to let everyone know that is watching that how the proceedings will take place today. We will take motions from the floor from each councillor by a raise of your hand. I will see you, a mover and a seconder. And then we will call for a vote, and I will call all those in favor by a show of hands, and I'll also call all opposed, and that also can be done by a show of hands. We're going to be taking a recess approximately between 10:15 and 10:30 after our delegation. At that time, the meeting, Zoom meeting is suspended for 15 minutes, and then we will be back live. For anyone watching the meeting today, while it is live streamed currently, it will be archived on our municipal website later today. We have a closed session on our agenda, and that portion of the meeting is not open to the public. Before we get started and we have a roll call from our clerk, I just want to point out that today is our clerk, Cheryl Colson's last meeting. So Cheryl, I have worked with you. I was on your hiring committee. It's been an absolute pleasure. You're not gone yet, so no big speeches, but thank you for all your service to Dysart. You've been a fabulous addition here, and you will be missed. So here we are in this new age of Zoom meetings. So from the clerk, I will now ask for roll call of all councillors present. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. I'll call for roll call. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Here.
Councillor McKechnie.
Here.
Councillor Smith.
Here.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Your worship, all members are in attendance.
Okay, thank you for that. So the first thing we have to do is to adopt the agenda. So I need a mover, councillor, to adopt the agenda. And I have moved by Councillor Wood Roberts and a seconder by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held May 26, 2020 be approved as presented. All in favor? All in favor? Thank you. And any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
None.
No, seeing none. The next resolution is regarding the minutes. I need a mover. Moved by Councillor McKechnie. Seconder by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the minutes of May 5th, 2020 regular council meeting be adopted as circulated. All in favor? And any opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. So next up, we have Mayor and Deputy Mayor's update, and I'll be brief, and then Deputy Mayor, I'll let you see if you have a few words. I did write something, a message regarding our seasonal residents, and that was posted on social media and also on our website on May 7th. And if any of you haven't seen it, I encourage you to read that and to share that. It was very well received, and everybody is welcome here in Dysart. We just all need to be respectful during these strange times, and so we have to be careful and be kind to each other. So that is still on our website. Our emergency control group continues to meet and deal with anything COVID-19 related. And the province did lift quite a few things since our last meetings, building permits being one of them, and they have been flying out the door, so that's really good news. But I also ask, as the province starts to lift some of these restrictions, that we still exercise caution. I know many of us would have seen some images of parks in Toronto and things south of the border that were absolutely shocking. So we are very, very fortunate here in Dysart and in Haliburton County to have large open spaces to be able to get outside and exercise and enjoy this gorgeous weather. But we still have to remain 6 feet apart, and the gatherings are still limited at this point to 5. So what else is happening at the county? We have a meeting tomorrow morning that will also be live on Zoom, and many road works are going to be happening starting in June. There's a very long stretch of County Road 1, 11 or 12 kilometers, I can't remember, but it's going to be starting, I believe, next month. Tomorrow on our county council, we also have a discussion about Hike Haliburton. So another event that we're going to have to determine if we're able to have that or not. And also tomorrow at 4 o'clock, there's a special library board meeting. Libraries were permitted to open with curbside pickup, but our library needed to put protocols and procedures in place. So the board's meeting tomorrow to deal with those issues, and hopefully very shortly we'll be able to get the library service up and running. So that's all I have for today. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Kennedy if you have anything to add for an update.
That was a great update, Mayor. Not much to add other than just like to recognize that it is Paramedic Week and say hello to all my former colleagues. Also, shout out to all our emergency workers and what they've been going through this pandemic. And special thanks to everyone for the cooperation as far as social distancing goes. And when I go around town, I see people exercising it. So just a thank you, and we're all working together to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so, and if there's any questions or things happening at the county, other councillors, we try to keep you informed on that. So you can feel free to always let us know. So now we'll move into the main body. You can see the delegation is not till 10. So we will start with the fire department report. So if we can bring up Fire Chief Mike Isles. And there he is. Unmute.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So a straightforward report. Obviously a lot of the training, a lot of our regular scheduled functions and things that we would have still are on hold. We do hope to start with our Monday night practices, and we will investigate training at some point, but slowly working back. Training for the fire department on Monday nights is important, so we are moving forward with that. 4 days a week, one group a night, so we limit the numbers and try to stick with the social distancing and that sort of thing as best we can. Call volumes similar to last year. And just to comment on the bottom about our EOC, it has been meeting quite regularly. Our schedule now is back to 1 day a week, but still quite a few ongoing comments, concerns, dealing with the changes in legislation, changes with different protocols. So still very busy with the control group.
Okay, I was wondering if call volume might have been down a little bit with less traffic up here, but apparently not.
The call volume seems to be quite different, but yeah, the volume is there. It's similar to last year, but this month seems to be up a bit as well. So it's I don't know as it's indicative of the people. If anything, it seems like we're not getting as many weekend calls. It's more distributed through the week, and it's just the regular run-of-the-mill call sort of thing.
Okay, and also we had just had our meeting, and then the provincial fire ban got lifted, which then put our regular fire burning protocol into place. And maybe you can just reiterate again what that is.
Yeah, the fire ban did cause a lot of confusion. We did generate a few calls because of the provincial fire ban. So now we're back to our regular burning regulations, which is no daytime burning. You can burn from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. Fire has to be extinguished at 7 in the morning.
And campfires in a fire pit are permitted.
Between after 7 p.m., correct?
Yeah. Okay. Any questions for the fire chief? Just on his regular report? Okay, so we'll move on to the recovery task force terms of reference. So it's under fire department. So I don't know if you want to go first, or Deputy Kennedy, did you want to speak to that first?
Mike, if you want to start, and I'll jump in.
Okay.
So it's just a precursor to the committee that we discussed last council meeting. It's just a progression and certainly reporting to EOC, but it's also very important the council is aware and understands where we're going and what we're doing and what we're looking at. Once again, to reiterate, I think it's a very positive step. We certainly need to move forward. It's great to see this is the first step in sort of stating the terms of reference or the ideas where we're headed on the committee. So Pat, you can probably speak a little more to that.
Yeah, it's recovery is an important part of any community's response to any kind of an emergency. So as far as having a recovery committee or task force, that's nothing unique or new. This is a little bit different than the normal, and we've noticed that other communities, Huntsville, Aurelia, Hamilton, and Brampton, all have community type committees, very similar, but focused on the economic recovery, the business side of it. So we've decided here to take a little different perspective or look at it by trying to incorporate the whole community and what the whole community may need. And it's a coordination. It's not necessarily taking the lead. It's just what we want to do is take the pulse of the community, find out for sure how everybody's doing, whether it be our business community, our rental community, our arts community, and see if there's a way we can help. Be a focal point maybe for directing traffic to different programs that are available. We're not sure at this point, very much just in the discovery mode, but it's I think it's a great first step for Dysart, and it'll help to highlight some of the areas that need some focus. Anything that happens will be done by decision of council. It's not decision of this task force. They merely make recommendations, but it's and then there will be working groups underneath, whether it be arts community, our business community broken up in a number of ways, finance. So it's very much just an area here for people to focus and find out what's going on in our community. So that's where
Excellent.
we're at.
Well, thank you for all your work on this. You've done a lot, and I really appreciate that. So we'll take questions from other councillors before we do have a resolution on that. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. So I do need a mover to adopt the draft terms of reference. Move Councillor Nancy Wood Roberts and a seconder, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council approves the draft terms of reference for the Dysart et al. COVID-19 Community Recovery Task Force presented on May 26, 2020. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried. And you have this first meeting scheduled first week of June, next week.
Yes, next week.
Okay, thank you so much again. All right, so and thank you, Fire Chief, for that, and we'll see you later this week.
Thank you.
So the next we will move into the Public Works Department. So I'll ask the Administrator Mallory to bring Rob into the meeting. And he's just joining the meeting. And I was remiss to not mention that we got this grant last meeting, actually, because I had had notification of it. So it is here. So the first item is the Connecting Links funding.
Well, good news story for us. We were successful in the Connecting Link grant application. That was number 4, I believe we had submitted. So this application allows us to do a detailed condition survey of the Drag River Bridge. So basically, from what we gathered from the ministry and a conversation we had last year, is at the time, the pavement condition was too high to trigger a rehabilitation of the road. So we had spoken with our engineer and we thought maybe we should look at a different component of the road. So we're going to focus on the bridge.
Mhm.
So basically, if there's anything that jumps out of the ministry from a safety standpoint on the bridge, then that could very well trigger a larger project for us. And there will be another intake of connecting link applications for 21. So I'm expecting that maybe later this year, possibly the fall. I should also mention that running in conjunction with this project on the Drag River Bridge is where we also put money in the budget for a drainage study for the watercourse that discharges at Maple and Victoria Street. Quite often we would see it overrun the storm sewer every spring. We were pretty fortunate this year. But having those two projects running concurrently put us in a nicer position for future works on the connecting link.
Okay, thanks. There's no resolution on that. It just we'll be signing that. So is there any questions on that funding? No? Okay. Thank you very much. That's good. And then the next is talk about snow. What do you know? But we have to prepare. So sidewalk snow plowing.
Yeah. First off, this is an unusual report for us to bring forward. We generally don't rehab equipment, and to extend its life. This piece of equipment is it's the exception, I'll say. It's specialized. We use it solely for plowing snow. It only gets used 4 to 5 months of the year. Yes, it's 12 years old, but it has relatively low engine hours, under 5,000. So we're kind of at the point in this piece of equipment's life is what do we do with it? It was purchased 5 years ago as part of an infrastructure loan. It's still on our books for 5 years. So getting out from underneath it at this point doesn't make sense to me. It does generate revenue for us year over year. And when it's sitting in Ottawa right now at the yard at Holder Tractors, and the technician that I spoke to said it's in very good shape for its age. So our operators are very kind to it. They're treating it properly, and it is worth sinking money into. So what I'm recommending is we proceed with what I'm calling long-term repairs, which is 5 years plus. And that gives us time to assess what we're doing with our sidewalk network as a whole. It will be growing, no doubt. There's additional sidewalks going to be out going towards garden retirement. And there will be some sort of walkway or sidewalk heading west as well towards the Tim Hortons. We don't know when or to what extent. But for this particular machine, for what it's doing now, it's exactly what we need. We're not quite at the point where we need a second plow yet. We're getting close. But by sinking this money into it now, I'm confident we're buying ourselves at least 5 years with this machine.
Okay. And approximately how many, Councillor Clark, I'll take it. How many kilometers of sidewalk do we mean?
We have about 7 kilometers right now.
I think that's a lot more than people think. It seems like a little small town, but it adds up to 7 kilometers of sidewalk. So we definitely need to make sure that we have a piece of equipment we can count on. So I did see a raise of hand by Councillor Clark. Go ahead.
Yeah. A very quick question, Rob. Out of curiosity, what does a new plow like that cost?
With the attachments we're looking for, I would estimate close to 200,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good.
To replace that unit with an identical one, we're looking at about 80,000 for something that's about 3 years old.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Donaldson?
That was my question.
Okay, very good. Any further questions? There is a resolution to take option 3. So there's no further questions. I'll need a mover. Councillor Smith and a seconder, Deputy Kennedy. Be it resolved that council authorizes staff to proceed with long-term repairs on the sidewalk tractor conducted by Holder Tractors Incorporated for an estimated cost of $23,000 as outlined in the staff report. All in favor? And any opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. And next item on your list.
Yes, traffic counting.
Traffic counting.
So as part of the budget, we were approved to do a traffic counting survey on our entire network this year. it did get underway, just underway prior to the province declaring a state of emergency, at which time we shut it down. Just, primarily because there weren't a lot of people traveling. It wasn't going to be great data. So in other conversations with the service provider, I guess I should back up. So when we were discussing this as part of the budget process, it was brought up as to why don't we do summer counts? My concern with summer counts is it may make our roads appear busier than they are, and it could affect our maintenance standard. So subsequent conversations, and I think there was some buy-in from committee, is let's work on a program that gets a count for every season. Let's see what these roads are really doing in each time of the year. So moving forward, I spoke with the service provider, and in my mind, I had a fall count in mind. So he said, absolutely, we could do everything in the fall. The problem is they were expecting everybody's going to be starting up at the same time, and they couldn't commit to doing our work and having it done prior to the winter. So I asked him about summer counts, and he said, absolutely, they could commit to a summer count. So the problem with the pandemic is we truly don't know what impact it's having on traffic. It's my assumption that the roads around town are being impacted the most. I still think the outlying areas are being used, probably not as much as we would expect for going into the time of year that we are. But ultimately, if we have some data to work off of, the data we have now is 7 years old, some of it. It didn't have the classification, it didn't have the speed survey component to it. So what I was proposing is if we count every road within wards 2, 3, 4, and 5, which are the outlying areas, so that would capture everything in the around the big lakes and out in Harcourt. And if we have time and money, we could come back and do a fall count within Ward 1. By and large, I don't think the normal traffic in Ward 1 being around town is going to change that much. That's why I'm proposing we put it off and focus on the outlying areas. Yeah, before I ramble on too much more, was there any questions on that, noting that I do acknowledge I did make a financial mistake. No, the budget would be exceeded by $240. It should be $2,400. It's only a factor of 10, but excuse me for that.
No, that's okay. Just missed a zero. Councillor Clark, I do see you. You may take the first question.
Rob, this all looks good. I think any factual data to be able to enable us to guide operations is very important. Will the service provider provide some type of support in normalizing the data? With any statistical analysis, there's always ways to take a look at data if it's skewed based on such things as what we're dealing with the COVID. But I'm wondering if that question could be put out to them, if they're going to be able to assist us in normalizing based on what they see in other communities.
Yeah, I could ask that. I think right now, from what I understand, they said they're not doing any counting right now. So absolutely everybody is shut down. So I think within their industry or their scope, there's going to be a lot of questions amongst everybody that does this service. Really, what is the impact? I believe the county was doing some counts in a few spots. It'd be interesting to see really what the impact was on their busier roads. But yes, I can certainly put that out to them.
Great, thanks, Rob.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Rob, you mentioned that the service provider, is really not operating right now, doesn't expect a lot of activity during the summer and expects things to pick up in the fall. And I guess, although I'm an advocate for getting a summer count done, I'm concerned that we're not getting I'll call a realistic summer count done if we go ahead this year. Travel patterns have changed remarkably. I know many people at the lake that come from far have said they're not coming at all this year. I look at my own situation. I've got the insurance canceled off one of my vehicles because it hasn't been driven in 2.5 months. And 2 of my children have done the same thing in their families. So it's obvious we're not going to get a realistic count. We do this so infrequently, as you noticed. It's been 7 years since the last one. It's an expenditure of over $30,000. And I'm really questioning the value of getting it done this year. given the set of circumstances, and that, maybe it's indicative that the service provider says, I've got capacity during the summer because not many people are doing it. And therefore, I think putting this off for a year so that when we do get a traffic count done around the lakes, that it's reflective of a more normal level of traffic as opposed to the unusual circumstances we have this year.
Rob?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know what traffic patterns are going to be this year. I truly don't. There's some days I think it's busier than it should be for this time in May. There's other days you could drive for 20 minutes and not see a vehicle. So I guess what I'm getting at is for us, and we committed to doing a resurfacing program starting next year based strictly on traffic counts. And in my mind, I think whatever data we have this year is going to help us in the short term for resurfacing versus relying on older data moving forward. And not to pick on any particular roads, but we do have some roads that are quite long that were counted as one section. And my concern is if it got counted at the front end, that traffic count is going to get carried on to the far end and make that road look busier than it is and potentially move it up the list. I just think if we have a summer count this year around the lakes, that gives us something to start with. If we want to count again in the summer next year, I'm okay with that too. I think we need something to bring back to council this fall, have more stations set up than what we have had in the past, and just give us something better to look at.
So Rob, I see there's another question. So what you're saying is if we do nothing, because that is one option,
Absolutely.
then we're relying on old data, which doesn't adhere, like you said, because it could be a 5-kilometer stretch road, puts the traffic count at the front end, and at the back end, the actual traffic count is about a quarter or a third or less, because the longer you go down a road, the less people are using that section. We were going to section. So then when we go into budget 2021 and determine what roads need doing, I think therein lies the problem, is that we really then have no data to base our budgeting on. But I did see a question from Deputy Kennedy, and then back to Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I really think that we need to do the summer program. We hung our hat on the new DOT software as being the determining factor. Also, the old traffic data does not incorporate speed, which is becoming a major concern on our roads as they slowly become better. I think we need also the multiple counts on the different sections. I think we'd have to have something here to start with. And I agree with Councillor Smith that the data may not be excellent, but it's better than nothing, and it's better than 7-year-old data that isn't actually maybe as relevant to how we want to move forward with prioritizing our resurfacing and road projects. This will give us some kind of an idea, and we'll be able to look back, and it'll help make decisions for next year's count. The infrastructure committee did support in principle moving to a 4-season. In other words, every year, every other year, doing spring, fall, winter, summer, so that by the end of the term or by the end of the plan, that we would have in traffic counts from all 4 seasons, which will help with our just better data in, makes better decisions out. So I'm in favor of going ahead with the traffic count in wards 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Oh, okay, and Councillor Smith, you had one last point, I believe.
Well, I just say that I heard Rob say he had no objection to doing a summer count again next year. So if there's a commitment to doing the summer count again in 2021, as opposed to moving to another season, and you want to do it this year, I could support that. My problem has been that we've never done summer counts. As Rob said, we didn't want the traffic around the lakes to appear too high, and therefore warrant more investment in our roads. Getting a summer count, which I advocated for at Infrastructure Committee, was a great thing to do. But if we're going to do it the one season when we're not getting the maximum volumes, I was questioning its value. But on the basis of Rob has just said that he'll do another summer count in 2021, I'm great with doing it 2 years in a row, if that's what council wishes. Thank you.
Hey, can I just one more comment, Mayor?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Kennedy picked up on what I was just going to mention too, is not to get ahead of myself, but part of the scope of this was to do a speed survey as well. And speeding is becoming an issue on our roads, and we're going to be talking about it later on. So this will give us better data as well when we talk about a potential speed bylaw, which will be coming up here very shortly.
Okay, all good points. So I think that ends the discussion. And that was very good. So I do need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Kennedy, Councillor McKechnie. So be it resolved, the council authorizes a summer traffic counting, classification, and speed survey on all municipal roads in Ward 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the purposes of prioritizing future resurfacing needs, and that council authorize a fall traffic count, classification, and speed survey on municipal roads within Ward 1 if time and resources make such a survey practical. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? And that is carried. And the next thing we have is about speeding.
Yes. So we did have some concerns about speeding on Halliburton Lake. And let me just start off by saying that Dysart, not unlike those municipalities around us, the lower tiers, we rely heavily on the Highway Traffic Act as far as speed limits go, which basically states if you're in a built-up area and it's not posted, it's 50 kilometers an hour. Yeah, and if you're not in a built-up area, it's 80. You don't need signs to tell you that. That's in the Highway Traffic Act. So having said that, speeding did come up late last fall at the infrastructure committee in October, I believe. And we did have conversations on potentially creating speed areas, which was a new addition to the Highway Traffic Act a year or two or so ago. So basically what that would do is, for example, Halliburton Lake Road, we could put a sign up, 2 signs up at the bridge going into our road. Speed area begins 40 kilometers an hour until you pass that sign that says it ends when you come out of the bridge. So the Highway Traffic Act does provide us some latitude now. We don't need signs every 300 meters, 500 meters. We have very few speed signs to begin with, only because we do rely on the Highway Traffic Act. So as far as the letter goes, I will defer to what we discussed at the committee in the fall, and maybe if I get direction to bump that up on my list of to-do things, I guess, is to bring back a draft speed bylaw that includes speed areas for just such occasions like that. One thing we will have to consider is Halliburton Lake Road, not unlike Kinesis Lake Road, is very long. So we may want some intermediate signage. That's something we can always include as part of the bylaw. We can cater it to what works for us. Was there any thoughts on me moving forward with a speed bylaw?
I'll take questions from the floor, but I just want to ask, you said something and I picked up, you said that it would, it's 50 kilometers in a built-up zone and 80 everywhere else.
Yes.
Unless posted, but then you just said something about it being 40. So it's
yeah, the caveat to a speed area is it has to be less than 50 kilometers an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I would say go to 40. We don't want to go any less than 40. So
but we could, if we didn't want to change things, we could have a sign in certain areas that says 50, because that's what it currently is. Okay, just for clarification. I see Councillor Clark's hand raised.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Rob, I see this as very much the same as the next item with Wigamog. And part of this, I guess, is being driven by what we're currently going through, where people are kind of homebound and exercising from their homes. I see more families than ever walking the secondary roads. And of course, you know, you get some of the cars still blasting along as if there's nobody on the road. But what I'm realizing or seeing is that a lot of our residential areas, secondary streets, are the walking zones, are the exercise areas for our young families and even seniors. So it'd be good if we could take a look at, you know, what can be done perhaps maybe in some of these areas and come back with recommendations like you're saying on being able to drop, you know, the speed to 40 in some areas and some additional signage to watch for people. I think Wigamog had a couple of special twists and turns because of some curves and not good sight lines, even adds further complexity to people or young families walking on the roads and the danger posed by people and driving at excessive rates of speed. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark, so does that mean you'd be in favor of Rob coming back? He's looking for direction. He doesn't pet projects on his own. So,
Yeah,
so you would support a speed bylaw you're referring to, Rob?
that's correct, and maybe a little bit of analysis in terms of what may be the best way to do it. As he mentioned, there's areas where we can do a 40-kilometer zone. Areas we can put signs up that it's please be aware of residents or children playing, what the situation may be.
Okay.
There's visibility issues.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy and then Councillor McKechnie second.
Yeah, Rob, if you just clarify what built-up area means.
I knew you were going to ask.
Like, how many houses in is it downtown Halliburton, or is it like Wigamog Road, for example?
So everybody here, I'm sure, has read the Highway Traffic Act.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I read this, I interpret it differently. So a built-up area is 50% or more of the frontage developed on one side of the road for 200 meters or greater length. And it is also 50% or more frontage developed on both sides for 100 meters or greater length. Why it's ambiguous is I can't find what developed means. So if you have one house with 1,000 feet of frontage, is that 1,000 feet developed, or is it specifically where the house is? So that's what I struggle with. I know I'm not the only one. So I think if we kind of get a speed bylaw in effect and get the signage up the way we want it, then it'll kind of take that out of play.
Supplementary?
Yes, go ahead.
So if we were to go to, say, for example, a municipal-wide 50K zone speed for everything, would that simplify? I can't think of too many.
No, because you would have, for instance, I'm going to pick on the Kenway out by the Boy Scout camp. It's not developed. It would be by default an 80-kilometer-an-hour road. So if we posted that 50, we would need signs every 300 to 900 meters apart to make that legal for a 50K.
Oh, okay, because the Harbor is 50, but no signage. Okay.
Yeah, the Harbor's an interesting example because it changes a couple of times for no reason. But to note that what Rob had said, and then Councillor McKechnie's next, is when you get your driver's license, you're supposed to acknowledge that you've read the Highway Traffic Act, and it is 50 in this built-up area. So technically, we're on Mr. Carey's question. It is a 50, Halliburton Lake Road would be a 50-kilometer-an-hour road.
Certainly where all those cottages are, yes.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor McKechnie, question, comment?
Yeah, yes, I agree with Rob in the speed for sure. But I also think that I agree with what Larry said there big time. The roads are being used so much by people walking. And I think that with the lake associations, we have so many of them, and they're all working hard, and they're always communicating. So I think this would be a really good thing to put in their bulletins to get everybody to slow down and just keep preaching it to them that they got to slow down, because we sure don't need some family to get wiped out in a corner there, because we all have stories, that's for sure.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Just on this, Rob, so if we went to this community safety zone, and you said it needs to be less than 50, so it could be 40 or 45, would that mean that unless posted, our roads all then became 40?
Yeah, the way legislation is worded, and it's a speed area. So basically, if you go by a sign that says speed area begins, you're in that area until you pass a sign that tells you you're out of it.
Okay.
Which has its own issues as well.
Yeah, so there'll be roads then that would become by definition 40 that you might say, that's pretty restrictive on that road, because frankly, there's no development and there's fairly long stretches. So like many things, there's no perfect answer here.
No, I agree. I think it's going to be a bit of a hybrid approach, I think, the way we have to do this. West Shore is a perfect example.
So there's going to be a need to kind of think this through and get some signs in any case. So,
Yes, I think so. I don't see how we get around that. But again, if we have a road, and I'm going to pick on West Shore because I know nobody does 50 on West Shore, certainly on the front end. So if we do our speed survey and we find the 85th percentile speed is 95, well, a 40-kilometer-an-hour zone isn't realistic. I think we have to admit that right off the hop. But until we have that data, well, we won't really know where to start and stop these zones.
Well, and I'm going to raise again here with all of council a road that I've talked about at the infrastructure committee, and that's Irish Line. There's a road that is frankly quite well developed. I would say most stretches of Irish Line under the Provincial Traffic Act would qualify for a 50 zone because it's highly developed. Yet we have a sign on that road that says 60, and that's a bit of concern. It still remains of concern to so many of the residents on the road because there's also heavy truck traffic, on that road with the Septage transfer station there. So again, I'd like to see us take that sign down and have that road at least then be a 50.
Okay, so it sounds, Rob, you asked if you would want a report. So I think in order to answer these people, both this, and we can speak to the next item as well, but basically the answer is more or less the same. We need to do a fulsome study, and also Councillor Smith, you brought up, you have to, and both Rob, you did as well, that we have to be careful to not, under or regulate it and end up making sort of a mistake in putting a 40 in an area where it's very safe to do a higher distance than that. So I think there is some direction to do a speed bylaw. It's going to take a bit of time.
And just one more comment, Mayor. Those that know me know I'm not an advocate for signs, so we got to be really careful how many signs we put on the side of the road. Especially on most of our roads that are short distance, dead end local traffic. If people are speeding on those roads, it doesn't matter how many signs we put up. They live there, they travel it every day. It's not a through road to get to North Bay or anything. So it's the same people doing the speeding. So in a lot of instances, the signage just won't work. It's driver behavior, and ultimately it's the operators of the vehicles that are obligated to make sure they're driving responsibly.
Okay. Well, all very good discussion. Oh, sorry, I thought I was, go ahead.
Yeah, just I think that it reinforces the importance of doing the summer traffic and speed study. It's going to help you bring forward really good data to help you with the new speed bylaw. I think it's a great move.
Yeah, and some of the numbers may scare us as far as speed goes. So,
Councillor Smith, one last thing, and then we'll.
As Rob's working on this, and he may know this, or maybe he could consult with the county, but I'll use the example of Canisius Lake Road. So it's a county road, but the average citizen doesn't distinguish once they turn off the provincial highway 118. Am I on a county road or a Dysart road, or what the hell's the difference? And so Canisius Lake Road going through West Guildford is 50, though it's not posted, because of course the Provincial Traffic Act says that's highly developed. You get north of West Guildford, it's posted 80, and presumably it'll stay posted 80 because there's long stretches of relatively undeveloped areas and a good road that kind of warrants that speed. How will we then make the average citizen aware, okay, well, now you're on that road, and then you go on to some other road, and it's a Dysart road, and the community safety zone is into play. It's not easy, and so I'd hope that you'll consider that aspect of it, and maybe work with the county also in that respect.
And yeah, and just going back to West Guildford, and I'm not so sure. I think it is posted, John. I think the sign is just faded. I thought I saw it marked out for replacement, but interesting. Just take a peek on your way home.
Well, there's a sign for West Guildford. I know when you're coming south. So going into West Guildford from the north, there's a sign that takes you down to 50, but I don't recall one. And it's not, frankly, wouldn't be needed because of the density of the population when you're heading north.
I think it's right at the intersection of County Road 6, but just take a peek anyways. I think it's there.
And actually we are, except myself and a couple of people all he already is at home. He'll have to come to town. Anyway, good discussion.
yeah.
I think in general speeding and Councillor Clark, you brought up a thing, you know, people walking, and I certainly am a walker around the town and quite a bit. And I think also, you know, pedestrians and cyclists also need to be responsible. You walk where there is no sidewalk facing the traffic. And when you're cycling, ride single file and, you know, obey your rules as well, because we want everybody to be safe on our roads wherever they are. So I think we'll who this was addressed to, Mr. Carey needs to have an email or some kind of response back. And I don't know if we need any further discussion on the next topic from Mr. Euler, but I believe it would fall under the same thing. And just as long as we get back to him and tell him where we're at with that.
Yes, and just one thing I will caution with the community safety zone in particular is it is at council's discretion. So we don't have a policy for community safety zones. We currently don't have any within Dysart. We have one that's in the work for the connecting link, which was a condition of the Ministry of Transportation for the development on the corner.
Yes.
My concern is, and I'm not saying people don't speed through there, I'm sure they do, but again, presumably it's the people that live there. But it wouldn't hurt to incorporate a policy or incorporate the community safety zone into the speed bylaw and set out some criteria about when we will approve it. My fear is if we just say, go ahead, that's a good idea, is how do we not promote the rest that come afterwards? Kind of where do you start, where do you stop? All our roads are important and should be safe, but I think we need a criteria to say, you know, one is more important than the other. You know, we have a school and a hospital on one of our roads. We have, you know, town is fairly busy with high volumes. So I think we just want to take a closer look at it before we say yes or no to that request.
Yeah, I agree. And but I just do always, when someone sends a response or a request to councils, that we can respond and say, we're doing a more fulsome review on speeding in the entire municipality.
Okay.
And we'll take your request under consideration. Is that fair enough for everyone? So that they've been responded to. So then that'll take us up to item F, which is your public works update.
Yeah, same old same. Just anybody have any questions? Shoot.
Shoot. Any Councillor Smith? Don't shoot.
No shots fired. The Coleman Lake Bridge, Rob. What's the latest schedule there now?
Well, after our last meeting, it was my understanding they were going to move in not long after that. I had since learned that much of their staff resides in Quebec, so they did have issues getting across the river to come over here and work. I had asked for an update late last week. I haven't got one yet. If I do get one, I will shoot out an update to council. I'll shoot an email out. They were supposed to be there after half loads came off. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, well, I appreciate an update as soon as you learn something. Thank you.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah. Good point. Thanks. Any other questions on just the update? Okay, seeing none, we'll move along to the equipment for a credit card. I don't know if Rob, you're speaking to that, or Mallory.
Mallory's going to speak to that one.
I thought so. Okay, Mallory.
Hello. Hi. So 3 of our landfills, Harcourt, and West Guildford and Halliburton, take special handling waste. So these are things that require a minimum charge when they're dropped off. We have debit and credit machines set up at West Guildford and Halliburton currently. Initially, they were the 2 sites that had power, and they have the majority of our traffic in our area, so they were set there initially. As the pandemic has progressed and cash limitation has been a bit of an issue at Harcourt, because they're a site that typically accepts special handling waste, staff are recommending that we go towards a debit and credit machine at this site. Because it doesn't have power, it would require to be cellular enabled, and it would require a battery pack just to ensure that it works throughout the day. But moving forward, it's a good step in terms of accessibility. Our credit and debit machines have been really successful at our other 2 sites. So staff think that this is a good option moving forward and to make things. And I know Tammy, for example, has noticed that there's been some pushback in Harcourt in terms of people not being able to drop off these items right now. And the good thing about debit and credit machines is that you can sanitize them really well between use. So we have no idea how long the pandemic's going to last. So it was just something that staff thought would be a good move going forward. Any questions? I'm happy to take.
Well, I think Councillor Donaldson should take the first question.
Just a quick, just on the expenses. I know that he has a cell phone, and so can you not get to keep the cost down? Can you not keep, not do the one that plugs into his cell phone?
So that was an option we considered. The only thing we thought about is a staff cell phone has their work email and everything tied to it. So if our staff member there was sick or couldn't come in one day, it's important that the machine be neutral and able to be passed off. So that was why we included the iPad in there, just so any staff member, in case there was an illness or anything, could come in and they could switch off just the iPad, because I know I personally wouldn't give my work phone to someone just because all of my work emails would be coming into it during the day. So that was the reason for the iPad as well. Does that make sense, Tammy?
I'm not too sure how it works, but could the device that plugs into the cell phone not go to the one other worker that's there every other weekend?
So the other worker, I don't think he has his own work phone, so the iPad would still be needed. But yes, the device will plug into the iPad and be its own unit, just so that it's portable between workers. Am I explaining myself well?
No, I just, when I saw it come up on the agenda, I just had some questions, because I have somebody that's a contact for Square, so she just hasn't come to me yet. So because
we did consider saving money and doing it tied to a cell phone. My only concern was different staff needing to be there, or if someone was ill, and you would still need to pass it off, because this is a device that needs to be plugged into a power source. So so it needs to be plugged in overnight somewhere. But yeah, that was the reason for the iPad as well. And then the iPad can move and work for us in other areas as well. So
okay, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, well, perhaps a small solar panel might help a little bit with the charge, but my question is, do we have any information on what kind of a revenue we get on a monthly basis on the Harcourt site? You know, how much money is involved in
yeah, I could pull those numbers. I can't right now because I'm hosting the meeting and my computer will freeze, but I'm happy to pull those numbers. Whatever.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because it looks like between the data and the equipment, it's about $35 a month just to have this capability, which is not if we got a couple $100 in revenue, but
yeah.
It just
and you definitely hit that in the summertime for sure at Harcourt. Yeah. So another thing is when people are given more accessibility for payment, they might use it more often too. Yeah. So that's the advantage of a debit and credit system. I know it's been very successful in Alberta just because, and West Guildford, because of the convenience of it. Sometimes the people, I know that I never carry cash, so it is helpful to have a system like that in place anyway. Yeah, but if you want numbers, that we're happy to bring them forward too.
It's not super urgent, just for
okay.
Thanks, Mallory.
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Mallory. And you said earlier you don't know how long this pandemic will last, but this is not just it's because of the pandemic that we are putting things like this in place, but this is for the future. This is not just for today. I think we're going, I know that I have not used cash in 2.5 months personally. I have literally still have the same amount of money I had on March 13th in my wallet, because I'm just using my debit or credit. So I think it's not just, this isn't going to go away. We're looking at a go forward basis. So the investment will equalize out. There are 2 questions, I believe, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and then on to Councillor Smith.
I think it's a great move, irrelevant of whether the pandemic is here or not. I've had concerns about staff taking cash home, the risk involved with that. I think there's far more accountability, and by going to this kind of a system, and regardless of the dollars involved, I think it's better for our employees. It's better for the municipality to move forward with this kind of advanced payment system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Yeah, even a cheap guy like me would say $35 a month for Harcourt, and the convenience for our residents is not an unreasonable amount to spend. I just asked that Mallory or her successor be certain to advise the staff members at the landfill with this iPad and the cellular access to internet, that it's for charge purposes only, and that you know, the iPad isn't there for web browsing or email activities or whatever, because that would involve increased data usage and end up being an expense. So just a gentle reminder to staff, I think, would be appropriate on that front.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. Could be checking their Facebook. All right, I have a resolution. I need a motion. Show of hands. Councillor Donaldson, you want to? Oh, I see a move. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with obtaining equipment to allow credit and debit transactions at Harcourt landfill. All those in favor? And any opposed? So that is carried. And there's one last thing I'd like to get through this, and before we take our delegation, which is the tire recycling. And so Mallory, I believe that's yours as well.
Yeah, explaining the complexity of this issue is quite a lot, but essentially tire as a material was the first one to go to individual producer responsibility. So the province is slowly moving all of our diversion materials towards this system. And the whole principle of it is that the producers pay for the system fully, and it takes it off the taxpayers' back. Now, the intention of this is good. As often the case when legislation is written by the province, it doesn't always benefit everyone equally. So in our case, when it first was introduced, council back in 2018 decided that because it was a new system and there were going to be bumps inevitably, that they would continue to provide tire collection at our sites. And currently Haliburton Landfill and Harcourt are the two sites that provide that collection. More recently, because it had a while to be underway and be developed, it was brought forward that possibly we should discontinue tire collection. In Dysart, producers are obligated to run 3 sites or 3 events in our area per year. Right now, with the addition of our landfills, there's 8 sites in total. So the idea that because private businesses in the area are registered as collectors, we could completely remove this from the taxpayers' dollar, basically. As we informed local businesses that we were going this way, we were going to stop collection, came out with their issues under the new individual producer responsibility. So we're not the only ones having troubles moving this material. There's backlogs because of the new system in place, and also because of the way the legislation is written. They tried their best to make things accessible, but essentially producers are obligated to collect tires by weight per year. So you can see how it would be easier to collect that weight in higher population areas, and then we wouldn't get as many pickups a year as we would like. So in terms of our local businesses, their concerns were genuine ones. One is that it's difficult for them to arrange pickup, just as it is for our municipalities. They often have to call multiple haulers to get someone to come and pick up their tires. They're worried about storage. A few of them have limited storage options. So if we discontinue collection, that would put about 1,400 more tires a year into the system, and they're worried about, particularly probably the garages that are closer to the Haliburton landfill are worried about storage, and they're also worried about security because they don't have a gate system. At a lot of them, they're worried about people dropping off tires outside of business hours. So while I agree in principle that this is something that we need to keep exploring, because it is something that is still on the taxpayer slightly, because we still account for it in storage and staff still call haulers. During the pandemic, I'm not sure we really want to add another complication with, first of all, residents aren't going to understand all the legislation and the complexity of it. They're just going to understand that we've stopped accepting this material. And then we're going to ask them to go around to garages and try to drop them off. And I just don't know that the logistics of that work out right now. Another thing I don't want is our landfill attendants to deal with the conflict at the gate when they're trying to maintain their precautions during emergency measures. And there's a chance for an increase in roadside dumping right now as well. And that's something that our roads crew ultimately have to deal with. So there's a few concerns I have with it's a fight that we need to consider taking and to push back and say, this is not something we're supposed to be handling right now, but I'm not sure that right now is the appropriate time. And another thing I put in the recommendation is that I think it's important for staff to reach out to the resource authority and who are the authority in ensuring compliance and say, I know that your producers are technically meeting their collection obligations, because they are, they're still coming to pick up. But it's not working out well in our area. So, you know, we need a better solution right now. So that gives time staff to reach out to them and try to negotiate something. And if anyone has any questions, please fire away. It's complicated, so.
Yes, and we do have the delegation at 10, so just keep mindful of the time. The only thing I wanted to ask, and then I'll see questions from the floor, is it says further council direct staff to revisit municipal tire collection in the spring of 2021. Could we put either a different date or just not even that date? We do have a new staff member coming on who may be able to take that on sooner than later and be able to resolve things. So I just wondered if just said to revisit municipal tire collection. And so that was my thought. And then I'll take questions from the floor. But just see what Mallory has to say about that, and just without putting the deadline on it.
Yeah, that's fine by me. I do think it's something we need to revisit. I don't think it's something that should just drop. So that was my motivation for putting it there. The reason I put spring in is ideally if you ever do stop collecting tires, it shouldn't be right before a push when people are getting their tires changed over, because that's more complicated just as a community to deal with. So that's why spring was chosen. It was just to kind of cue someone. Okay, I got to start looking at this again. But yeah, I'm happy that date can be flexible, whatever anyone thinks. So,
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Andrea. That changing that date would be very helpful in my mind. And in fact, I was going to suggest we change the date till the 1st of September of 2020. This is a critically important issue. As Mallory indicated, tires are the first item to go to the extended or full producer responsibility. Right now, our taxpayers, property taxpayers, are funding our landfill operations to the tune of more than $3 million a year, hundreds of dollars per resident. And the reality is the province, good legislation is trying to move that expense away from the taxpayers and put it where it belongs, on the people who produce the waste. In this case, tire manufacturers. Now, I don't know, Mallory, if you've been in touch with the people who are responsible for collecting the tires, and if they've told you there's a shortage of trucks or there's no truck drivers. I don't know if you've been in touch with our local MPP, to minister in the Ford cabinet and saying, look, at this legislation isn't working. Those are the things we should be doing. And we need to help our local businesses, but not indefinitely. I mean, to wait a year, this is a slow transition as it is. We need to push hard at this and make sure that those manufacturers are picking up and accepting the responsibility that belongs to them, and get it off our taxpayers. And so if in the interest of supporting our local businesses and the problems they face, and I see that every time I go through West Guildford with the West Guildford garage there's a stack of tires there on a very small piece of property that sort of blows your mind. But it's not our problem. It belongs to the tire manufacturers, and let's put it where it belongs by making sure that they're aware of it and engaging our local MPP, minister in the Ford government, say, look, it's your legislation. It's great legislation. Now let's make sure it works for our community like it should. And if we can change that date till the 1st of September of 2020, I'd be happy to support the motion.
Okay, so there's that Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I support taking a look at it in the fall. I've been talking to a number of the tire retailers here, and their concerns are multiple. First, most of them have all said that if they sell a tire, they have no problem with taking their own tires back, the ones that they take off the vehicle. That is not an issue. The issue is going to Costco, buying a set of tires, or internet sales are actually growing more and more. So now tires are coming by freight, and where do you get rid of them? So if you can't take them to the municipal land site, if our local guys won't take them, that's an issue. And I dispute the fact that it's costing taxpayers a lot of money. Our staff are already being paid at the landfill. All they're doing is directing where it goes, and we make some phone calls. The other issue is with the recyclers, the people who are supposed to be picking them up have no more capacity because there's no market for them. So that's why they're having trouble getting their tires picked up. I have a real issue with growing tire mounds at these garages and the fire hazard they propose. If God forbid, if one of these places catches on fire, we'll have a Hagersville fire that'll go on for months. And I don't want to see tires in the ditches like we had 25 years ago. So I really support doing an interim, taking a look at it, and actually maybe developing some options that may help everybody. And I'd love to work with staff if requested, or to work on a solution, long-term solution to this. Thank you.
Okay, so the resolution, as we have it included on our agenda, says that in the second sentence, in the spring of 2021. Perhaps I could cross that out and put, John, the only thing is September 1st, we do have a new staff coming on. What about if we just put September 2020, which gives them, basically, because this person is I don't even know when they're starting.
All right. In the interest of being a collegial individual, I'd agree with September. That'll be fine. Thank you very much.
So is there support? If that's the motion, and I will make that here, is everyone okay with that? Yep. Okay. So I'm crossing that out, and I'll read it out. Do I have a mover? Councillor Smith, do you want to move that then?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. And a seconder? Councillor Clark. Thank you. Be it resolved that council defer the decision to discontinue the collection of tires at municipal depots, and further that council directs staff to revisit municipal tire collection September 2020, and finally that council directs staff to engage the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority to report current collection problems in our area and seek solutions. All those in favor? And any opposed? There is none, so that motion is carried. Okay, so we do have our delegation next, and I'll ask Mallory to bring in our delegation, Mr. John Levy. And then after our delegation, we will be taking our break. So I'll go to that item on the agenda, and he's just joining in. And just needs to unmute. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming to our council meeting. I will turn it over to you.
It's a very different world right now for all these presentations.
Certainly is.
So I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I've been here many times talking about this. We're here to sort of talk about the wrap up and close out of the environmental assessment process for the septage management facility we've talked about for the past year and a half. We're at the very, very, very end of it now, and I provide an information package to each of you or to Mallory, who I believe distributed around to everyone, that kind of encapsulates and summarizes all the work that's been completed to date. The most recent public information session was held at the very end of January and really discussed the final resolution with respect to the selection of the location for the facility, as well as the finalized methodology and technology approach going forward. As we talked about previously, the environmental assessment process really has 4 stages that are formalized and one that is a much less formed one. So the first phase is really the definition of the problem, and that defined the need to provide some form of septage management based on the premise of the province is proposed to ban the land application of septic material across the province. They proposed it back in 2002, and we're still waiting for it to come into full effect. However, we are seeing the impact with respect to the number and area, or the number of ECAs that are being processed and the areas that are being set aside for application of this material. There's a mismatch across most of the province with respect to which areas are available to apply this material. And it seems to be getting tighter. I know up in Dysart, there have been a few ECAs that have been amended recently, but they still don't seem to have the volume or the capacity for a long-term sustainable approach. And that was really the driving force behind this, was to find a system or a solution that would be suitable for a municipality to assume responsibility for all material generated within their borders, which is really part of their responsibility to their citizens. The next phase was to define the alternatives to be looked at. We went through a number of alternatives, from having material shipped off to another municipality to be handled that way, to providing a full-scale amendment to the existing wastewater treatment plant. And the most cost-effective one seemed to be, from all the driving factors considered, from socioeconomic to environmental to traffic to impact on residents, was to develop a system that be owned by the municipality, located in areas suitable for the application, and would process and handle this material on its own without combinations with other items, so that it could be then used for a number of different purposes. When we looked at the actual technologies available, the most feasible one seemed to be a combination dewatering and composting facility, similar to what was constructed in Eganville as part of the original demonstration project back in 2007, 2008. That was initiated by the province with consultation with manufacturers and consultants to come up with a solution that would meet the objectives of their program. So once that was settled, we really looked at the alternative locations. There were originally 4 that were looked at. Most of them were unsuitable, either from an environmental perspective or from a traffic and impact on residents perspective. And the one that made the most sense from the economic and environmental impact was really to site it on an area that was already situated in the municipality and was zoned appropriately and would be able to handle material. And that came back as being the site of the Halliburton landfill, which has additional area involved in there that can be expanded, or it can be located close to the transfer station. It also gives the opportunity to, in the future, extend the sanitary sewer down to provide a direct connection for the filtrate or the liquid waste be sent back to the wastewater treatment plant for processing. At the same time, the material processed on the landfill site could be used for land amendment or a soil amendment material worked into soils on agricultural sites with less impact than the septic itself, or it can also be used for alternative daily landfill cover, which is a necessity in most of these areas as well. So that was really the resolution that was presented back at the public information session at the end of January. It was very well received. We had fairly good attendance for an afternoon session midweek, which was pleasantly surprising. And the majority of questions were really related to just making sure it was not established on some of the properties considered, including the Irish Line site, which was one of the considerations going forward. We waited for the mandatory 3-week comment period and received no additional comments back. Since that time, we've finalized the environmental study report, which is necessary to file your notice of completion for the EA. It is being posted. There was a slight delay just with getting through the regulatory agencies into these existing times, where even the Ministry of the Environment is working at a COVID social distancing accepted approach and have limited staff in their offices, and everything's being done remotely. They had their feedback on it. They were surprisingly excited by it. I had 3 phone calls from the coordinator for environmental assessments in the area, and he also brought in the technical experts from the Kingston region office, and they're all very excited about the proposal and were very supportive of the approach, feeling that it provided the best opportunity. The only comment that they provided to me was to make sure we stayed back from the sensitive fish habitat that is located at the far side of the landfill site. But other than that, they were quite excited by it. And they're waiting to receive the notice of completion for the study. So we're posting the environmental study report, and we need to wait the mandatory 30-day comment period. And then we'll be posting the notice of completion, and that'll wrap up the formal part of the application and the formal part of the process. Once it's gone through that process, I do not expect any comments back at this time. Everyone that has been consulted has provided their feedback already. It should be fairly smooth sailing. It'll be accepted by the Ministry of the Environment, that you will have a path forward accepted for future expansion. And that's really what the end goal was, to give you guys the option to move forward. The less formal part of the process is called phase 5, which is really the approvals, construction, and operation of the facilities. Right now, that is not part of the scope of work that's involved. However, there are a number of funding programs that have been opened up recently. There's 2 that apply specifically to municipalities that it may be worth looking at to see if you guys can get some funding for this project going forward to help offset any costs that come down the road. So that's one thing that I think we should discuss. There's 2 programs, one federal, and there's one provincial identified to me for another site that I think is very applicable to your facility as well. Does anyone have any questions or any comments or any direction on the approach or anything that we've talked about in the past or the present?
Well, I will take questions. And then, John, I just want to thank you for all the work that you've done to date on this. You've been at this for Dysart for a long time now, actually. And the meeting that we held at the museum, quite a few councillors were there, and it was well received. Like you said, Monday hour, whatever it was, afternoon, a lot of people. And I think what the major concern in that, the location on the Irish line, was there are people that live on that road with additional truck traffic being on the road. So choosing the location at the Halliburton landfill is Industrial Park Road. That's where large trucks are sort of meant to be. And so the whole location suits there. In your slide deck that you included for us, on where it says in phase 3 design and costing, it's an average annual cost of $133,000. That's approximate.
That's correct.
And so, but there is revenue to that because we then, I mean, I'm not saying that it would be equal, but there would be, we have the cost, but we don't have what the revenue would be because we don't have what
right.
the pumpers would be, what we would be charging to.
Correct. So on that aspect, I'm looking at a similar facility in Ramera Township. I've actually had a delegation to council in Ramera next Monday. And that one, it's in partnership with a local hauler who wants to establish his own facility. The unit cost per treatment, including haulage, is $32 per cubic meter with trucking and the treatment and disposal. We're predicting an estimated unit cost of treatment is $13 at this particular facility.
Okay. All right. So I'll open it up to questions, and there is a resolution, and I don't think that was included in your package, but I do have a resolution here that we can discuss that does give staff opportunity to pursue and look for funding opportunities to actual construction. So we can pass this. It doesn't hurt, but let's open it up for questions for Mr. Levy. Councillor Smith.
Thanks very much, John, and appreciate the chance to go through this presentation. At first, a question for you. I know some other communities, have constructed these type of facilities, and right now we've got several haulers in the area of Dysart and Halliburton County who have spreading fields, and for $200 round number, you can have your tank pumped and they haul it away and spread it. If we were to construct a facility like this to operate on a cost recovery basis, we'd obviously have to charge, some, and you mentioned a rate from another community. Do those other communities that have constructed a facility like this, do they have a bylaw in place that allows them to say anybody who has their tank pumped within this municipality, it has to be hauled to our processing facility as opposed to hauled to a spreading field somewhere?
That's a very good question, Councillor Smith. I'm not sure that every municipality does. There are some municipalities which require all material be processed before it can be land applied. I know up in the Ottawa area for several years, they banned all land application of untreated material. But the principal difference is that septic waste itself is partially digested through the septic tank. But when it goes through additional process, additional composting, it reduces the strength and some of the contaminant loading levels, which is really the concern that the ministry's had, particularly with land application, where it tends to be applied on the surface of land and the runoff goes directly into surface waters. Some of the newer technologies, and not all haulers employ it, is subsurface. They inject it actually into the soil itself and it mixes with the soil. It's a much more expensive approach to it. And as I said before, the province itself has been looking primarily to ban the direct surface application of untreated septic waste, which is really the driving force behind it. So in that case, it would then effectively prohibit the process the haulers are presently using.
Yeah.
Now, there's nothing that precludes the hauler from taking the material to this facility for processing rather than actual land application. So the haulers then become a client of it, and the fees that are charged to their residents or their clients would then be effectively changed from managing and maintaining their own field to they cover the haulage component, and the rest of it pays for the treatment side. I know for the breakdown on the one site, I think the haulage cost, it was $32 per cubic meter. The haulage cost was $14. The haulage fee was $14 per cubic meter, and his cost was $9. So he effectively had a $5 profit margin in the haulage cost, and the rest, the other $18 was for purely for treatment, and that was in a lagoon-based system with dewatering trenches at the back end. So the haulers still made their money from that application. At the same time, they can also take the finished product and distribute that into land application as a more environmentally friendly product. So they're effectively getting paid to haul it the first time, and then also to pick it up and distribute it around the second time. So I think there's cost recovery on both sides there as a feasible alternative.
Okay. So that's I'll call it a complicated answer to the question, and it also is an indefinite answer in terms of it's not a specific yes or no. There may be more complicated. If you look at the volume that you're projecting
Yes.
in your report here, if the haulers continued to do that type of processing on their own before they brought the final remnants back to us, we'd have a lot less volume
That's
that is
correct.
in your report. And so, we may only require a smaller facility.
Correct.
Although if we built this type of facility, other communities around us and elsewhere in Haliburton County, for example, may find it desirable to, have their haulers bring septage to our processing center. And
100% agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now, though, quite a ways from Haliburton to the nearest one. I think Aurelia and Bancroft have these things, but nowhere in Haliburton County.
So Aurelia is the only one around you that is willing to take material in, and they were a relatively high processing fee. Muskoka Lakes has their own, but they only take in material from within Muskoka Lakes, and Kawartha Lakes is the same thing. I know that in Ramera, they're looking to provide this facility because they have no place to put theirs as well. And that also includes some of the commercial developments like Casino Rama, which has no place to deposit theirs right now. So there are potentials out there. Now that you talked about the septage numbers, those are based on numbers provided by haulers and predicting out to future development, as well as prorating it against the Kawartha Lakes and Muskoka Lakes population basis and the volumes they process. So they are on the high end, but one of the reasons we went with the mechanical dewatering and composting the geotubes is that it's a modular, scalable approach. You don't need to build the full facility. You can build enough to handle one initially. You could essentially do, if you only have volume for 1 tube per year or 2 tubes per year, you can do that quite easily in this facility. And they until the bag is full, you can keep filling it up, and it just composts for 6 to 8 months before the final product is ready. So you can keep topping up, and it reduces both the capital costs as well as the operations costs. It can be done part-time rather than full-time. So all the cost basis assume the full-time employee and maximum operation.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you. So,
Okay. Sorry.
Andrea, I'd like to see us pursue, the next stage of this in terms of the feasibility study, and opportunities to secure a grant. John has mentioned there are some, and some in the environmental field are welcoming this concept at this stage. Still a little ways to go, but post-COVID, there's suggestions that the federal government's going to make a lot more money available, and within a couple of months, based on the timelines John's mentioned, this could be a project that's sort of ready to go, and would provide a service that we badly need. And so if we can find a way to move this along, I think that would be terrific.
Okay, and that's why I think so the resolution reads, I think I already said that staff be directed to pursue and bring forward funding opportunities. So we don't even know what they are, but why wouldn't we support this and carry on and see that the timing is right? And so is there any other questions to John Levy? And if not, then do we have a mover and a seconder for this resolution?
I think Councillor Roberts had a question, or Wood Roberts.
I'm sorry, Councillor Nancy, thank you.
I just had a brief question kind of for Barbara and John as well. So there is an average annual cost to this. Would that be just like a user pay system like the sanitary sewers are?
Exactly. It would be essentially, you'd have the methodology that's usually employed is you have, if you don't have an attendant at the gate full time, you have a key card system. So hauler would come in, swipe their key card, deposit load, and this would be billed on a monthly basis for the volume they put in. And everything is based on unit cost. So your pumping costs and your chemical costs are only based on the volume you're actually pumping or you're actually adding material to. It's not a fixed cost.
Okay.
Good
Thank you.
question. Okay, so I believe Councillor Smith moved this, and I need a seconder. Deputy Kennedy. I'll read it again just for clarification. Be it resolved that staff be directed to pursue and bring forward funding opportunities to construct a septage treatment facility using a mechanical dewatering system. All those in favor? And any opposed? There's none, so that is carried. That's fantastic, and thank you again for all your work. We'll be in touch on other issues and this as well. You'll walk us through this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Yeah, nice to see you. So it is 10:25, so I'm going to propose a 15-minute break. So that brings us back to 10:40. So for those of you viewing, we'll just be on a pause and we will be back at 10:40. So I'll just ask councillors just stay in your seat for 2 secs as our administrator puts us on to break. Thank you. Okay. I'm just going to check, Mallory, are we all back alive now, right?
Yep, we are. We're just waiting for John to return here.
Okay. So we are on our agendas at Parks and Rec. So we want to bring up the staff for Parks and Rec. I'm not sure, is Andrew? Yep, Andrew and Andrea will be joining us. Excellent. Well, that break worked well and we're all back live. So welcome Andrew and Andrea. And we're now at the Parks and Rec, just your operational update. So Andrew, I'll let you take that.
Good morning. Aside from my council report, which is straightforward, I spoke with Troy Binney of Halliburton Hockey Haven last night, and his camp is not going to be operational this summer. He does want to discuss later on in June the possibility of having an ice-only program in August, but that all depends on the COVID-19 situation at the time.
Yes, thank you for that. We did, because the province deemed overnight camps, some camps were looking at to see if they could operate a day camp, but he's an overnight camp. So we thought that would happen. So anything here in the operational report, questions for Andrew? Councillor Wood-Roberts?
I have a question kind of for Andrew and Barbara. I did receive an email asking about the snack bar. What is going to happen now that it's something out of the control of the municipality and the vendor?
Perhaps we should put that on our agenda for our emergency control group, as that's directly COVID-19 related.
Yes.
And we'll make mention to Mike Isles to put that on and we'll discuss that. We have a meeting on Thursday.
Thank
Good point. Yeah, good point. Just for clarification, I had someone asked me about beaches, but again, that's under the province. Beaches are not open, but we were able to take down all the caution tape from our shelters. So it's very confusing, and it's when it's 30 degrees out and there's a beautiful lake and you've been waiting all summer. I don't know how we're going to, again, as I said at the opening of our meeting, we're very fortunate that we are not going to have, I don't know if anyone saw pictures of Daytona Beach. We will not have that type of thing. So, but we're doing our best in that regard. So we'll move on to your budgeted projects and well underway. Obviously, the water stations can still be installed.
Yes, they can. In the next couple of weeks, they will hopefully be installed as long as everything goes as planned.
And the health unit's promoting that for people to have access to water. So
yes, they are.
Okay. The electronic sign at the arena, that was postponed due to COVID. Is that still on?
Yes. No, they were going to make a date with their contractor, and once they had that date set to start installation, they were going to let us know. So I responded to them last week to say they could move forward, and we're just waiting on dates now. So once I know, I'll send out a message.
Okay. And the roof at the arena, the flat roof.
Yes, we received the couple quotes now. It'll be around $40,000 to have that job completed.
Which was budgeted.
Looking at 8 times and scheduling one of the conduit.
Okay. So questions from councillors regarding the budget projects? Anything in there that you're curious about or wonder what's happening in your ward regarding things? Obviously, our public bathrooms at the different beach locations are open. Again, that's with requests from the health unit to keep access for public bathrooms. And they are privies that, so they, they are different than ones with running water. And I believe that's everything that I had. And okay, so no questions there. Then we will move on to recreation program update.
So in my report, I mentioned about the trees going, that Jim Elston was going to be planting trees. I noticed on the weekend that the trees were planted. There are 6 willow trees on the playground side of the riverbank from the bridge looking down towards the old snowmobile bridge, or the one right by the ball hockey rink. So I didn't get a chance to take pictures or even to upload them to the report, but if you're in the park, you'll notice them, and they're collared as well to protect them from beavers or any other critters that might try to chew the bark. So they're there. And that's pretty much it for that part of the report.
That's okay. That's great. And I did write a personal thank you to the president of the Lions Club. And so he would share that with the club. We thank them. And the timing couldn't be really better because we've been wanting to do some tree planting down in the park for some time. I was in the park myself the weekend before and noticing how many of the trees are really past their life cycle. Willow trees, I believe, are 50 years is sometimes. So it'd be nice in another year or two to continue that planting process and to add to that. It can help hold that bank back.
Yeah.
Also, Andrew, you and your staff are doing a great job on social media to still promote getting out and being active. While we're not able to have things like ball hockey or any of our programming, swimming lessons, that kind of thing. We are still promoting ways to be active and get outside. So great social media posts in your department.
Thank you.
So next is a request for memorial bench, and that was sent to me, which I forwarded to Andrew, and there's a report in there. Andrew, do you want to speak to that?
Sorry. Andrew or myself? Sorry.
Whomever would like, you pick. Who wrote the report?
I prepared the report with information that was, yeah. So, okay. So Chris, as you can see, submitted a request to have a memorial bench placed at Rotary Beach, or the Rotary side of Head Lake Park, in honor of his parents, Bob and Noreen. Sorry, I keep looking at my notes over there. Bob and Noreen Bishop. There's a bit of history behind it. I guess his father's company had the first right of refusal to the grounds there by CNR. And he had developed a plan, but things didn't quite work out the way he wasn't able to get the partnerships. And so he gave up his right of refusal to that area. And I believe that's the main reason why Chris Bishop would like the bench placed there. There is an image of the bench. It's not our traditional galvanized metal benches. It is galvanized steel. The picture that he submitted obviously has the cloth traditional ski lift bottom, but that would be replaced with wood decking. That would be gray to match the bench. And then he would provide all the hardware and the fasteners to make sure that the bench couldn't tip over and that it was properly anchored to the ground. So that's the request that he's brought forward. If Rotary Beach isn't the location, we're wondering maybe if it could go at Eagle Lake Beach so that they can still be somewhere honoring the family, but obviously it's different than our traditional benches.
Yes, and that's why it had to come to council, because it doesn't meet the regular requirement. But there would do a plaque on that, right? They would do their own plaque. So basically, it's zero cost to the municipality.
That's correct.
Just determine. Okay, so any councillors want to speak to that? I see nods of heads. I think some of you are muted, but that's okay. So there is a resolution that was included in your package. Is everyone okay with it being at the Rotary Beach? So it's not. When we talk about Rotary Beach side, that's the side with the tennis courts?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so staff would work out the correct location of where they'd work with the Bishop family?
Yes.
So I've actually known the Bishop family for quite some time, and I had no idea that Bob Bishop actually, we could have had a seaplane and marinas and park and all that down there. It was quite a visionary, actually. That's pretty neat. So, if the desired location is Rotary Beach, that's great. Okay, so I need a mover for that then. Councillor Deputy Kennedy and Wood Roberts. Okay, so that was moved by Deputy Kennedy and Nancy Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council recommends an exception to be made to the Memorial Bench Program to allow the Bishop family to donate a ski lift bench to be placed at Rotary Park. I'll just leave that at that. Don't need to put that. All in favor? And any opposed? And that is carried. That's great. We'll let the Bishop family know. That's quite a nice honor for their family who's done so much for Dysart. Okay, so a policy for the Community Events Board.
Yes, so behind the scenes, I've been working on something to bring forward to council at a later date to do with the visitor center, more of an operations manual. But in doing that, one of the things that I revisited was the policy for the Community Events Board in Head Lake Park. The original policy was written in 2014 by the Cultural Resources Committee, I believe. Yes. It's Appendix B as part of that package. And then I've looked at it, and then I created just a more, I guess, robust version. Just taking into account that sometimes of the year, the event board looks pretty sparse and bare. Other times of the year, it's really busy and people want to get their events in. Once the visitor center is open, I'm proposing that the information be dropped off at the visitor center and visitor center staff upkeep the board. In the meantime, it still comes into the office. One of the things was that originally it said it had to be an 8.5 by 11 size piece of paper, which I understand like when the board is busy, but like in the winter, we might have one event taking place. So allowing that option, if there is space to have a slightly larger poster in the board. And also just that staff have the right of refusal to take it if something gets posted or not. So if there's somebody who has recurring events or they have something that just doesn't fit with what we want to promote in the municipality, that we have the right to say, no, it's not going in. And those sort of things. So it's just a bit more robust. And so I was proposing that we go with Appendix A versus Appendix B.
Okay, yeah, this was something that the Cultural Resource Committee funded and proposed because it was just utilizing the back of the electrical panel down in the park, and it was not a very expensive thing to do, and it's been handy. The only thing was in the winter it was quite blocked off by snow. It actually got where snow got pushed up against it, so it was hard to access. But maybe now that next winter going forward, we'll be able to have access down there a little bit better. So, any questions for Andrea on that? No? Okay, I do need a mover. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie, the seconder. Be it resolved that council approves the Community Events Board and Head Lake Park policy outlined in Appendix A to replace the 2014 policy outlined in Appendix B. All in favor? Any opposed? So that's carried.
Thank you.
Any other questions? That ends the Parks and Rec report. Okay, excellent. We'll keep moving along. That's great. And we have the museum director's report, and I'm not sure, Mallory, is Kate joining us?
Yep, I'm just going to bring her up now.
Great. And there is Kate. Kate, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. You have
How's everyone doing today?
We're doing well. Everybody's okay. We've got a very brief report, so if there's anything you want to add to that.
No, just we're continuing to work behind the scenes, working with the collection, working on ways that we can share the collection with the community, even though the museum is currently closed. So looking at adapting that all the time. And yeah, we're getting really great engagement in terms of what we're sharing, developing new ties. People are finding family connections they didn't even realize. People are sharing memories and reminiscences. So just keeping people engaged in the community at this very strange time.
Absolutely. Your social media posts have also been very well received. Your before and after pictures and your little did you know and questionnaire on Queen Victoria and stuff like that. It's excellent. It's keeping people engaged. I wonder, is there any information you're finding from sort of museums, Canada, your associations that you're involved with on how to safely open a museum. Do we have one-way traffic? Do we limit the number of people per square foot and that type of thing? So you're getting things in place?
Yeah, definitely. And looking at what people are doing all over the world, and guidelines that different museums are developing. So I'm talking with my colleagues all over about things like that, so that when the time comes, we'll be in a good position to do that with all of the appropriate measures in place. And of course, safety being a first priority for staff and for the community and for our visitors. So yeah, we're working on all of that as well.
Okay, any questions for Kate from councillors? Councillor Clark? Oh, unmute. Unmute.
There we go. Yeah, hi, Kate. I'm running into a number of issues with some of the legions with regard to, we're losing our veterans in the Second World War, and a lot of the memorabilia and stuff it is not being captured.
Right.
As a curator, you've got, you and your group have got very, very specialized skills to ensure that, the history of our community and the history of our people who've served is maintained. I'm just wondering if you've had any contact with the Legion at all to assist them. The reason I'm saying this is I know a couple of the Legions where they haven't got the curator skills and stuff is being lost.
Right.
It's very scary that if
it's true, yeah. And
some way of us reaching out so that we don't lose, the history from our local veterans.
Definitely. And in terms of our legions in the community, I mean, as you said, so the demographics are changing a little bit in terms of Legion membership and our veterans as well. And yes, so many of our veterans are no longer with us from the first, well, I mean, certainly from the First World War and the Second World War. There are a few of those right now, but also remembering the important work that our legions are doing today for more recent veterans and also for the community. But definitely, we do have a relationship with our local legion, and that's something that we're always looking to strengthen, and in any way that we can help the legions to better preserve what they have in their collection and keep that relationship up. And we also, it's important to us that we keep a balance as well, because we know that they are caretakers of that material as well, so that it can be a relationship between the two groups is very important to us. But our skills are always available in any way that they're needed.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah.
Kate, I just had one further question, which was our funding that we get from the provincial government is dependent on us being open a certain number of hours. So has that been waived? So the Community Museums Operating Program, what they have done this year, they've actually, they're streamlining the program because they know that everything is just completely different for museums all over the province. And also they put measures in place to say that the usual rules about number of hours and all the number of days, all that sort of stuff is not going to apply for next year, just because they know that every museum around the province is in the same boat. So they can't really say, we have to go by the old rules. So no, all that is out the window. So it's all good. Okay, I would have assumed that, but I hadn't actually heard that. And it's every museum around the world. Famous museums that operate on hundreds of millions of dollars of budget, who are dependent on donations and contributions as well, and entry fees. So anyway, it's a trying times. Any questions for Kate? We'll move on to, no? Okay, well, thank you. And I think to keep up your social media posts. Will do. All right, so Mallory, we'll bring in Carl if we can, and we'll move on to our building and bylaw reports. And we're building permits in March, because we were still open and issuing permits for some time in March. It was April 4th, I believe, that we got shut down. So hello, Carl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I was just saying there were permits being issued in March because it wasn't until approximately April 4th that construction got shut down.
Yeah, this report is a little bit old. It was actually supposed to make the April council meeting, which was canceled. So that's why this one's on this one. It hasn't been updated, but this morning I did check and we're right in line with the permits that were issued in previous years. So it doesn't appear that construction has been affected too much. It's continuing.
No, that's great. And I really appreciate your department and the messaging that you got out to individuals and also to the Home Builders Association that we were processing permits. So that all those details that go in when someone's, whether, you know, some of them projects that are small still have lots of details, and then to, you know, full homes and cottages that we were still processing, so that when that got lifted, I believe the permits were flying out the door, or however you were getting those physically to people. So there hasn't been any snags in that department, has there?
No, we're yeah, we've been busy the whole time. It's not well, we've been processing permits, but we haven't been issuing them until last Tuesday. So that was
great. Okay, so yes, Councillor Smith.
Thanks. Just a question for Carl. Carl, at our meeting on May the 5th, actually, Deputy Mayor Kennedy had asked you about septic inspections for 2020 and the basis on which they could go ahead. You indicated then you hadn't thought yet about it, but you would think about it and bring a report back to the to this meeting today. There is no written report here, but could you share with council and the community what the process is for owners to proceed with inspections during the course of this summer?
So nothing's opened up yet with regards to that from the province. It's that activity is still restricted. We can't move forward with those because part of the program is getting inside the dwellings and counting bedrooms. So that type of social distancing, that type of activity isn't permitted yet. So again, I don't want to put too much information out there until those restrictions are lifted to identify that, you know, if you want to book your inspections, you know, go ahead and do that. So that wording hasn't gone out there. I don't recall ever saying I would bring back a report this meeting with regards to that. I included that those inspections can continue this summer at the last meeting.
Sorry. Well, actually, if you go back, the last meeting is on YouTube. I looked at it last night, and actually at 2 hours and 20 minutes, you'll see the conversation where you said exactly, I hadn't thought about it. But I could bring a report back at the meeting on May the 26th. So I gather what you're saying is, although home inspectors are allowed to do home inspections with respect to real estate.
I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're able to do that.
Okay, well, I'll confirm to you that they can do that. So. From a point of view of septic inspections, you're saying you're not allowed to do that, but are others allowed to do it?
No. So that activity wouldn't be permitted right now. Again, gaining access into dwellings, those types of things are still restricted. Again, that's through the province, not a municipal decision.
Yes, it just, for my recollection, and no, I didn't watch our last meeting last night, but was that we're going to pursue the remaining 112 properties up in Area 1 once restrictions get lifted. So I don't think that there was anything to come back to this meeting, but I don't believe we have confirmation where we can send a municipal staff inside someone's home to confirm the bedrooms match with that. So I would suspect that this summer we will be able to be doing that. We already saw, you know, things getting lifted, and we'll have safety protocols in place for staff. Whether, you know, they're wearing a mask inside their home, we'll make sure that we're able to do that. But so it's really just those 112. Now, I did in my letter to the Haliburton Lake Association, they had to cancel their AGM on the long weekend, but I still sent a report. I mentioned that you know, if someone up there wanted and was able to get an inspection, they can check with our department, because the inspection, there'll be area 2, the inspection that they would have done or this summer we can be submitted in advance. And so when we get to area 2, fingers crossed next year, that there would show on their file that they've already had that done. So I think we'll definitely use the lake associations, use our connections, particularly with the area 1 and area 2 for now, to make sure that everybody knows what's happening in that department. And we sometimes with the province, we get very little notice. I mean, you know, I didn't think there was going to be any change prior to that long weekend, and changes came down on the Thursday and the Friday. So it surprised a lot of people. So we'll make sure that everybody stays well informed. And if they have any questions, email or call the building department, and they'll have the most current information on that.
And so could Carl, as part of that, place a post on our website with the instructions for waterfront property owners, authorizing them to go ahead and get inspections done under the rules of the bylaws in place with an existing approved inspector and a pump out concurrent with that inspector being there?
Sorry, John, what are you asking?
I'm asking if when you feel these rules are free that allow inspections to proceed, could you post something on our website so that owners will have the latest information and confidence that they can go ahead and get an inspection done and know that it will then exempt them from any follow-on requirement that you may create with a follow-up RFP process and a new bylaw?
John, are you referring to people then in area 2?
Well, area 2, yes, area 2 is applicable, but the same thing applies to area 3 and 4, as you pointed out at our last meeting. Anyone within 5 years of the opening of their window under existing bylaw can get an inspection done. Lake associations beyond area 2 are interested in encouraging their members to go ahead, and it would be great if the chief building official could provide complete clarity to the community that he's prepared to honor those inspections that are completed consistent with our existing bylaw.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably post something on social media. We might put it on our website as well. I haven't really thought that far forward of how to notify people when those restrictions are lifted, but it's something we will consider.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So, and as I said, it's great to see the building trades being able to up and go, because it's a huge part of our economy up here, and that people have faith. And I think more and more people, as long as they have high-speed internet and cell service, that's a whole nother issue, not for today, but people can see that they can live up here and be here more often. So that's great. So next we will move into the draft K9 bylaw, which came forward at our last meeting. And now these are some changes. Are you dealing with that, or are we having Robert come online to speak to that, or?
I've got Robert in the office here, but yeah.
Great.
So
Okay.
so a continuation from last month when we brought up the new dog bylaw, canine control bylaw. So some of the comments, service dogs and hunting dogs were put into the bylaw. So hunting dogs, exempting them from running at large, and service dogs, allowing them to come into access municipal buildings. Those were the only two comments that we've received to move forward with the draft. I don't know if any councillors received anything from the public, but we haven't received anything else. So those are essentially the only additional changes other than what was introduced at the last meeting, which was introduction of administration penalties and the muzzle orders, which are a couple additional tools for our municipal law enforcement staff to be able to control or deal with the bylaw. So I guess what we're looking at is, if council is admirable, is move this on to the next step, which would be to forward it to the Ministry of Attorney General to look at it from a legal standpoint with regards to set fines and and layout of the bylaw, and then we'll bring it back to council for passing at a future meeting.
Okay. So were there any questions? Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for this, Carl. I didn't know there were so many definitions around having a pet. It's unbelievable. But there's it may be in there and maybe I've missed it, but the standards of care, and the reason I'm raising that is when we're talking about things like kennels or even hunting dogs, those often are the situations where there are issues that have been raised. And I don't know if it's appropriate in this bylaw to be addressing something as such as the standard of care or maintenance of a pet.
So those, yeah, so those would be what's
Animal welfare.
yeah, so those would be like the animal welfare acts.
Okay.
That would regulate those. We can't regulate those from a municipal stamp. Municipal doesn't give us authority to regulate those because there are other acts that regulate those. Right now, it used to be the SPCA that regulated that, but now it's the OPP. So if there's a dog in distress, whatever, puppy mills, those types of things, dealt through by the OPP now. Is that right, Robert?
I think the OSPCA is still involved.
Oh, is they still involved? Okay. Yeah, so the can control bylaw isn't the place to deal with those animal abuse, negligent owners type things. We deal mostly with dogs at large and barking and those types of issues. Nuisance.
Great, thanks, Carl. That answers my question.
Yeah. Any other questions, Councillor Wood Roberts?
Is the $100 penalty, is that more than adequate to be like a revenue neutral or no cost per se?
That's just, yeah, it's exactly what it is the administrative penalty it's not meant to be punitive in nature. So it's meant to recover our costs. So we have to think about the length of time it takes us to investigate it, drive out there, talk to the owners, educate them about the bylaw. So they would get that instead of a, Part 1 summons or a certificate of offense, which is, a higher charge, which includes a punitive penalty to it. So we would use the administrative penalty, $100, to recover our costs.
In certain instances, it could be a very repetitive act, with the same dog owner.
So yeah, we wouldn't use that so again, if we had to go back, we would probably charge them with a certificate of offense. If we had to go back a second time, but the first time is basically to recover our costs, and basically as well, charge at that $100 so that, rather than just going there, educating them, they're getting hit with a penalty, which covers our staff time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions regarding that? I just want to say thank you, Robert. This is the first time you've drafted a new bylaw for Dysart, so good on you and your new role. And I would just like to say that after when this does go forward to, the Attorney General, and then come back to Dysart for drafting. Once we have that and we have the bylaw number in place, I just want, Robert, if you could possibly look at where some signage could be installed. I believe we have 1 or 2 signs in Head Lake Park now, but not very many. And there was an incident about a week and a half ago where I had someone call me because 2 dogs were running at large in Rotary Beach side park side of the Head Lake Park. And so I sort of wondered if she'd seen any signs. So if we can just, I know signs, you can have overkill on those, but we still should be posting, particularly in those places where we know people are, our larger parks, such as Head Lake Rotary side, maybe Glebe Park. And then we'd have the out according to bylaw number and then the sign. So.
Absolutely.
So you can suggest where some signs could be strategically placed and a cost on those. Okay, so I have a resolution. May I have a mover? Deputy Kennedy and Councillor Clark. Seconded it. Be it resolved that council receives the draft canine control bylaw report for information, and that council directs staff to bring forward the canine control bylaw as proposed to a future meeting of council for consideration. All those in favor? And any opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. And the next is a request from Steve Dunnick, asking for relief of his transient trader fee. Did anyone, council or staff, want to speak to that? Councillor Clark, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think this is something that I think relates to COVID-19 impact of business. I think it's got a broader impact against all business licenses across the township. I think this is something that should be directed to the COVID-19 recovery committee.
Okay, anyone else agree with that, or do we want to make a council just, again, we just, you know, because it's council that gives out the or grants the transient trader, or it would be have to be council that would waive it, but maybe not go back. Any other comments on that? I'm not sure. Councillor Wood Roberts.
I just have a bit of a concern with waiving this fee. It's not within our power to see how many people are going to visit his business, and yet we have many businesses in the downtown core that aren't able to open because they don't have a street entrance. So I mean, that's just something to bear in mind, that it's a very small, tight area in the sidewalk. There's driveways on either side, and it's a bit difficult to do the actual mandatory social distancing in that area as well. So I just have some question, how fair is it to give someone relief when other businesses don't even have the option to be open?
I hear you, and also the purpose of a transient trader fee, they don't pay any property tax, and we have lots of businesses on the main street that are adapting and are suffering greatly, who have to still pay their taxes. So I would be reluctant to grant relief of this. Just, you know, anyone? So it looks like that we deny. All right. Councillor Clark?
Mayor Roberts, yeah, no, I think there's a broader question here in terms of this business being impacted by the COVID-19 world that we're in, and that's where I feel it warrants some discussion by the committee, by the recovery committee.
The recovery committee or the EOC, emergency?
No, the recovery committee. This is dealing with business implications of COVID. So it's got some.
Yeah, the recovery committee may not be up and running.
Yeah, it's got implications, anyways, for how business is going to be looked at in the broader community, broader township.
So my only concern with, I thought you meant our emergency control group, because we meet on Thursday. No. We need to make a decision on this either today to deny his request or to grant, or the other option is to defer it. I won't read this motion, but it would go to the emergency control group for now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Councillor Donaldson.
Is there any other license that we give out?
Yeah.
Besides his?
Yes.
Okay. I think there's how many refreshment vehicle licenses that we give out? 4? Yeah, I think 4 a year that we give out.
And are the others going to apply?
We've already issued 2 licenses.
So if we've already issued 2, the resolution, we have a choice, and I would ask that someone move to either say that they grant or deny his request, and then we can move from there. Councillor Smith?
I'd be happy to move a motion that we deny his request. I think Nancy's point is very valid. Most businesses are paying taxes. Are we going to start accepting applications for relief on property taxes too? And you can't limit that just to business. You have to accept them from every individual in our community that pays tax. taxes is eventually, because everybody's suffering one way or another. And I don't see us having the resources to grant relief to them all. So.
Okay, so I do have a mover. Do I have a seconder for that? Is there anyone that wants to second the motion? Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council denies the request from Steve Dunick Wiener Wagon of relief of his hot dog car license fee for the 2020 season. All those in favor? Is there any opposed? Okay, so that is carried. So we'll have to contact him, let him know. The next is just the bylaw report from Robert with some dogs, Robert, and also the very little parking revenue, and that'll have to be a discussion for a future date about parking on Main Street. Anything you want to speak to, Robert, on that?
No, in April, it was very slow due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can report there was a couple property standards issues that started up in April. One is ongoing and waiting for the Property Standards Committee to conduct their meetings again. And two,
okay.
Quite quickly in the next week or two that they started. Very little things came through. May is quite more busier, so I will definitely have more for you in the next report for next council next month.
Great. And it's a good opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with some of our bylaws. One of the things that this Property and Sign Committee was wanting to update that. And so I can get together with you at some point to let you know what that was going to be about. So it's a good time to do some housekeeping in that department. So, absolutely. And as I say, we are going to have to discuss parking meters on the main street at some point.
Yep, absolutely.
Because we're still under our COVID-19 where we were not charging and we were not ticketing. But correct. We'll have to make a decision how long we go with that. And that'll probably be part of our budget review as well, because it has large budget implications. Okay, any questions for Robert on the bylaw report? And if not, we'll move on to the request from the Monarch Bible Camp. It appears that this is something that we did last year. We let them park their vehicle in that side. Any comments on that?
You're fine.
I don't see any issue, except that the farmer's market is going to be starting up on that side. I can't remember the date that the farmer's market is proposed to start up, but this is only for 1 week, is it not? Yeah, it's a week of August 10th. So just one small trade. And no one have an issue with that? I do have a resolution on that. Anyone want to move? Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council approves the Monarch Bible Camp to store their trailer to the Rotary Beach parking lot from August 10th to the 14th, 2020 to support their summer camp program, and further that the municipality will not be responsible for any damages, etc. if they occur. Hopefully they can carry on doing their day camp by then. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Okay, thanks, Building and Bylaw. And so next, we will continue scrolling down in our agenda, which is reports from local agencies and boards. Some have met and some have not. Is there anything, Tammy, happening at the Harcourt Hall Board?
No, they just had an issue with the banking, and so they used Zoom to have a meeting to get the banking. The bank had made a mistake on their banking account and had the wrong people on the wrong accounts. I don't know how that happens with the bank these days, but they had a big issue on that. So they had a Zoom meeting, and I don't know if they rectified it yet or not completely, but I think it's underway.
Okay. Now, how are they coping at their hall board, and are they making any plans to when they're able to reopen? Have they been talking about what COVID-19, what precautions they'll be able to put in place there?
Nope, we haven't had any meetings.
Okay. All right. Well, if they need any support from the municipality, because we have access maybe to more information, like through Tamara or whatnot. Again, sometimes we don't know when the province is going to announce it till we watch the 1 o'clock press release. So we don't get any heads up. For your ball tournament and that kind of thing. Don't know whether that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, I think everything that they had booked has canceled.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. John, same for West Guildford, even though it's not a report. Anything you want to see how they're doing out there?
Well, it's unfortunately it's the same as Harcourt. Meeting has been canceled. The events have been canceled. We've had to cancel the Canada Day celebrations in West Guildford, not knowing what the future held, and the inability for volunteers to get together and organize and get things booked and so forth. So money couldn't be spent with an expectation that they end up being canceled. So it's a sad reality of where we are.
It is. They've been doing that for as long as I can remember, Canada Day.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Rails End Gallery, Larry, is there?
Yeah. We had a meeting last Thursday evening. So as a result, it didn't. The minutes didn't get posted to our agenda today. They are continuing to do some work. I'll bet it's a little bit different. They're working on a number of internal projects. The gallery sales pieces, a lot of that's gone online. We're still hoping to be able to run a few exhibits, one in the summer, another in the fall. But again, it depends on how things open up from the province and the protocols around people being able to access the gallery and the numbers. So that's still being looked at. They're still planning on the Drum Fest at the end of the summer at this point. That one hasn't been canceled. The Big Arts and Crafts Festival, of course, and both the Trash and Treasures have both been canceled for this year. So they are moving forward. We're meeting by Zoom from time to time, and things are progressing with the gallery.
Yeah, very huge hit financially for them to not be able to hold that Arts and Craft Festival this summer.
Yeah.
But it's affecting everybody. So there's 3 different sets of minutes, including the AGM and January, February, and the February AGM, which I attended. Nancy, is there anything you want to speak to? Anything happening in the BIA?
Well, we have a meeting tonight at Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom meeting tonight at 6:15. I was unfortunately at work for the last meeting, so I wasn't able to attend. Still working on, doing the plants and updating the flags and those sorts of things that are a routine thing. Trying to support the businesses, trying to really support shopping local. Many of the businesses are more than willing to go out of their way and do extra to support people in town who are wanting to shop. So I expect a little more out of tonight's meeting, just to see what direction they're going. I think they're going to hold some kind of like the, buy-in and win that they have in the winter, or more promotions for people to shop local. So there'll be minutes for next month with more information on that.
Okay, well, thank you. And also do mention that we are forming a recovery task force, and that we'll be reaching out to the BIA executive and seeing how we can collaborate with them. Do you want to speak to that, Pat?
Yeah, once we set up the working groups on next week, then we'll be in contact with a number of the organizations, AGBA out east, Chamber of Commerce, etc. But BIA is 1 or 2 on our hit list for sure.
Yeah, they look forward to that.
One thing is personal anecdote, so I could be completely wrong. I think in terms of small business, that the ones on the little main streets and little towns like ours will actually fare better. There's the loyalty. There is, I can walk in the stores here with my mask on and and I'd far prefer to do that than to, well, the malls aren't even going, it doesn't look like any time soon that the large malls will be open. So I think it's, you don't need to support local business just to make you feel good. It's because they have the products in the stores, they have the service, they're willing to go out of their way. So, I hope that they're able to rise to the occasion. It's stressful for everybody. I can't imagine being in small business right now, but I think most of them will be okay. So aging well is also you. I'm sure you haven't met.
No, no.
Don't think so? No, they're all totally staying home. The Community Policing Advisory Committee actually meets next Monday in regards to an item that's going to come down farther in our agenda, but I'll just speak to it quickly now. It's to do with the community safety and well-being plans. And so we hadn't been able to meet before, but we are meeting on June 1st to discuss where we're at with that. There's been an extension. So I'll report at our next council meeting on the outcome of that. Harvest Halliburton.
Yeah, we've got, our last formal meeting was on April the 2nd, but we have an email stream that continues with that group. Kate Butler Kate Hall, I should say, is kind of driving the thing on the Central Food Network in terms of accessibility throughout the county. Also the stuff with regard to protocols for farmers markets and the information that's happening here, there, wherever is part of that stream of emails that's coming through. Anyway, we're hoping to have a meeting sometime in June and see what new stuff progresses.
Okay.
Organizing group is through the health unit itself, and their kind of prime focus these days is dealing with the actual COVID issues and management. So it's been a bit of a change in how we're doing business.
I'm sure, but access to healthy food and local food is a huge priority. And it's actually Tuesday, it's June 2nd, I believe, that the farmers market is starting up next week on the Rotary Beach side. So that's great. Source protection.
Meet on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, not much impact on Dysart. Anyways, I monitor that on a regular basis, but they have a Zoom meeting scheduled for Thursday.
Great. Okay. And Upper Trent, is that John?
No, we've not met.
I don't even know who's on that. Halliburton Village Bioenergy, we have not met. It was February or something. Okay, so we will move now into our planning and information. Land information. So we'll bring in our Director of Planning, Jeff Isles. And we're going to, the first item on the agenda is the zoning bylaw amendment. And so we're actually going to deal with that item last and go through the, and there's Chris Orson and Jeff Isles are just joining our meeting. We'll actually start at the second item and work through that planning item, and then we'll deal with the zoning bylaw amendment last. Okay.
Sorry, well, I just adjust my screen here.
That's okay. You're all looking good. Chris, I barely recognize you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, as you mentioned, we'll discuss the zoning bylaw review at the end of the planning agenda, just given the time it may take to present. The next item are two bylaws, bylaw 2020-31 and 2020-32 are bylaws to authorize the execution of two land use agreements with the Halliburton Highland Land Trust and Leopoldina and Margaret Dobrensky. This matter was last discussed at the council meeting on September 24th, 2019, where council passed a resolution giving staff direction to draft these agreements with the Land Trust and with the Dobrenskys to recognize the location of and assume the liability for trails located between Gould's Crossing Road and Cowan Road. The agreements have now been reviewed by both parties and are ready for execution. and staff recommend that council pass both bylaws. Does anybody have any questions?
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Just want to take a moment here and just thank Jeff and Chris for the work they've done on this file. It's been a long, ongoing file that's been open longer than it probably should have. Lots of discussion back and forth between lawyers and groups. So just well done, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was one of those things. No one saw this gift of land, and then the little jiggity jog of a piece of line of property that caused all this kerfuffle. But anyway, we've got it solved, and I think a good agreement, and it's an absolutely gem of a property to have in Dysart. I can see that being developed more and more by the Land Trust with some hiking and snowshoeing, etc. It's great. So if there's no further questions, I will ask for a mover and a seconder on the first resolution. Councillor Smith, Councillor Kennedy, or Deputy Kennedy, pardon me, John. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-31 being a bylaw to authorize execution of a land use agreement with the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust to recognize the location and continued public use of a trail located on the lands of the Haliburton Highland Land Trust on part of lots 10 and 12, concession 5, Township of Dysart, Municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? And any opposed? And there's none. And the second is the enter into the agreement with the Dobrinskis, and I need a mover for that, please. Councillor McKechnie. I'm sorry, I didn't look up. A seconder. Councillor Clark. Be it resolved bylaw 2020-32 being a bylaw to authorize execution of a land use agreement with Leopoldina and Margaret Dobrinsky to recognize the location and continued public use of a trail located on the lands of Dobrinsky on part of lot 11, concession 5, Township of Dysart, Municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? And any opposed? And that is carried. Okay, so next item, Jeff.
The next item is a road closing application. Bylaw 2020-33 is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the shore road allowance along Eagle Lake in front of the Novak and Rayside residences. Bylaw 2020-34 is a deeming bylaw to deem lots 38 and 39 registered plan 492 not to be within a plan of subdivision with the intent of merging that shore road allowance with these lots. Council previously reviewed draft bylaws at their council meeting in July of 2018 for this file. Staff are now in receipt of deposited plans and were able to complete the bylaws. Staff recommend approval of both bylaws and are happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, great. Any questions? If there are no questions, there are resolutions that we read and included in our package. I need a mover. Councillor McKechnie, and a seconder. Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-33, which is a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lots 27 and 28, concessions 3 and 4 in the geographic township of Guildford, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, carried. And the second is the deeming bylaw. Mover. Deputy Kennedy and Councillor Smith. Being a bylaw 2020, be it resolved, that bylaw 2020-34, which is the bylaw to deem lots 38 and 39, registered plan 492 in the township of Guildford, not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50-3 of the Planning Act RSO 1990, be amended, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to allow lots 38 and 39 registered plan 492 to merge with the road allowance, which has been closed and conveyed pursuant to bylaw 2020-33. All in favor? And that's carried. Any opposed? All right, carried, sorry. Can you turn the light on for me, Alyssa? I can't read. Thanks. Where are we now? Terrell and, oh, thank you. That's really great. Wow.
One more item, one more road closing application. We have an application by Dylan Powers and Kieran Bergman to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Long Lake in front of their property. There is a dwelling, bunkie, shed and privy located on the property. The seasonal dwelling, which is located on the shore road allowance, was constructed by building permit in 1970. Therefore, its location is recognized pursuant to the official plan. The shed and bunkie, which are not located on the shore road allowance, don't comply with the water setback. There's no record of a building permit for either, and they've not been assessed for tax purposes. So staff have forwarded this information to the bylaw department for review and to begin enforcement action. Other than that, staff recommend or request direction and approval to process this application.
Okay, just for clarification, when you say it's being sent to the bylaw department, we let the applicant know that they need to be taken down. We just go back and check that they really did.
Can you say that again, Mayor? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that's okay. When there's one portion is legal non-complying, but the others, there's the other two don't comply. And you referenced that the bylaw department would be going for action.
Correct. If the buildings were located on the shore road allowance, we could address them, or we would address them during this application process. However, because those structures are not on the shore road allowance, and the official plan only gives direction to planning staff with regards to buildings on the shore road allowance, we forward any enforcement action to the bylaw enforcement staff to follow up on.
Okay. But likely the applicant will take them down themselves. They know they can't have that many accessory structures, so they take them down. We can just go and check that they were actually taken down.
Or moved back. So they don't comply with the water setback. I believe they do comply with the number of accessory buildings, so they can move them back into compliance with the water setback. They may need to obtain the necessary building permits and septic review to legalize, say, the private cabin. But that's something that the bylaw enforcement staff will follow up on.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Smith?
Well, thanks, Andrea. I was just wondering then, Jeff, would it be appropriate to, you're looking for direction here. Would it be appropriate to delay proceeding with any action until the bylaw department has had a chance to deal with the matter and we have confirmation that the buildings are now compliant with the setback requirements?
Historically, that's the process we've taken when there's buildings located on the road allowance. Historically, we've allowed the application to proceed when the buildings weren't located on the shore road allowance. I'll defer that to council for direction. However, it should be noted that the road closing process takes roughly a year, maybe at minimum, to complete. So sometimes it's good to get it moving, and the enforcement process can run concurrently.
Okay. Well, I have no objection with proceeding with the process, if you like, but I sure don't want to kind of give approval and complete the sale without ensuring that this property owner is compliant with our setback requirements, because we demand that of everyone, or we should be demanding that of everyone. Be consistent there.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. If that's the direction council wants to give, that's what we can let the applicant know.
Yeah, so this is just to begin the process, to deem it surplus. That's all that this is, deeming it surplus. And as Jeff pointed out, it takes a long time, and we do follow up to make sure they're compliant. So I need a mover, Councillor Clark, and a seconder. Councillor Kennedy, or deputy, sorry. Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application by Dylan Powers and Kieran Bergman to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Long Lake in front of their property in part Lot 13, Concession 3 in the Township of Dudley. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. And lastly is the property on 50/50 lots 50/51 in Glebe Roads. Oh,
excuse me, Mayor, there's one more item before that. It's a consent application that Chris will speak to.
yes. Okay, good. See that.
Thank you, Mayor Roberts. So the land is for Terrell and Wenzel. Council has not previously seen the consent application, although we have seen many of these consent applications come through for a ballot easement. This is for another ballot easement as well. So with that, the owner would like to grant an easement across their property in favor of Bell Canada for the purpose of the utility line as shown on the attached plan of the report. The subject property, which is located on Redstone Lake with access off of Leon's Lane and Nostalgic Drive, is currently vacant. So again, no new lots are being created, no new lot lines are being adjusted, and no development is being proposed as a result of the consent application. The proposed easement will allow for the protection and maintenance and repair as necessary to ensure that necessary infrastructure are available to meet current and projected needs. As the report indicates, that the proposal is generally consistent with provincial policy and generally conforms with the Dysart et al. Official plan and the Haliburton County official plan. Staff's recommendation recommend that council support the general principle of the proposal for the land subject to the following conditions and comments received through the public review process. One would be for easement purposes only for the benefit of Bell Canada. 2, the registered owner is to pay any outstanding taxes. 3, the registered owner to pay all administration fees owned to the Municipality of Dysart et al. And 4, prior to the endorsement of the deed, the Land Division Committee is to receive a clearance letter from the municipality confirming that conditions 2 and 3 have been fulfilled. The applicant is to make the request to the municipality for the said letter. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris on this? It's just for Bell easement, so it's fairly standard. Any mover, please? Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council recommends approval of application for consent H-008 20 for the lands of Terrell and Wenzel in lot 21, concession 8, geographic Township of Guildford, subject to the comments received through the public process and the following standard conditions, which were already read aloud. All in favor? Okay, and any opposed? That is carried. And then one last thing.
Yes.
And the zoning, yeah.
Yes, 2 more. This item pertains to a letter from Mr. and Mrs. McFarland who would like to construct a dwelling on their property on Glebe Road, which is in Halbium Crescent. Upon submitting an application for a building permit, they were advised that the M&R data showed a water body on their property and that they would need a minor variance to the minimum water setback. Staff are now in receipt of a letter from Granite Shore Contracting, who are working on behalf of the McFarlands, and which includes a personal opinion that the water body is actually a human-made drainage course and therefore not a water body, and therefore the water setback does not apply. During a site inspection, it appears that the water course is dry in some locations and that it has been diverted for the purpose of subdivision development. However, to staff, it is still unclear whether it is human-made drainage or whether it is a water body. Staff have talked to the Ministry of Natural Resources regarding this, and they have advised that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they are unable to make a site inspection to do a proper assessment of the water body. Staff rely on the data provided by the MNR to determine whether a water body exists, and the data provided does show that water body. Staff also advise the property owners of another option, which would be to provide an opinion from an environmental consultant with their opinion as to whether there is a water body in that location. This would provide staff and/or council evidence to support their decision. To date, staff have not received information from the MNR or environmental consultant. So based on the MNRF data, it's the opinion of staff that a minor variance is required. However, staff request direction from council with regards to the request before them.
So just for clarification, you say that, but then the resolution reads that council has the authority to override that, which to say that it is a human-made drainage or irrigation, and so that they would not need a minor variance.
Correct. I did provide a resolution that if council wanted to make it a decision, that and that resolution may be appropriate.
Okay, questions? Councillor Deputy Kennedy?
That whole area has been disturbed so much that I really question the MNR water course. That map was done before the College Drive was created. It was done before the Glebe Street or whatever it's called was built. The water drainage is entirely different than what is shown on the map. And when I looked at the back of that lot, it to me it's quite evident that is a drainage ditch, not that was created by the subdivision. It doesn't look like the natural water course. So I would, to me, there's so much disturbance has gone over there since that map, whenever the MNR did it, that I would go in favor of the applicants here and just deem it as a man-made rather than a natural.
Any further, Jeff?
If I could just follow up on that, it should be noted that the MNR data is not updated very often. And that's why staff deferred them to the MNR to see if they could evaluate that water body to see if it actually still existed. But as mentioned, due to the COVID pandemic, they don't have time right now.
Jeff, in the key map that you sent in the package, it does not show, it does, pardon me, if you expand it, the little thin blue line that goes through the property in question, it also continues about where the letter B is in the word subject lands. You can see it's going through another lot there. That lot was developed in about 1997 or so, and maybe 98 at the latest. There's a house sitting right in the middle of that. So, they didn't have to get a minor variance or prove there was a water course there. So just to point out that there is a house existing on the other lot there. So, Councillor Smith, you had a question?
Well, Jeff, you said that you or one of your staff members went out there and had a look yourself and you couldn't make a final determination.
Correct. As mentioned, it appears dry along the property. However, there does appear to be something along the rear property boundary. But I'm not a professional. I can't make that assessment as to whether it's a water body or a man-made drainage ditch. I defer that. That's why I provided the options that they contact either the MNR or get an opinion from an environmental consultant.
Thank you. So, Andrea, I think that, that would be an appropriate direction. None of us are experts. Even our staff have gone out and take a look. Pat may be right. There's been a lot of change there, but the ministry, the provincial ministry that's responsible for these things, isn't able to make a judgment. If for whatever reason the owners don't want to wait, they can, pay a few dollars and get a private environmental consultant to give an assessment. Otherwise, we jeopardize going ahead with something that later on somebody will say, well, that shouldn't have happened. And frankly, I think that getting that expert opinion is the right step to take.
I do believe Councillor Wood Roberts and then Councillor McKechnie.
I just wondered if Jeff had been able to make reference back to when the original subdivision plan was made, as well as the mapping for the roads, if it was actually there at that point.
I can't comment on the plan of subdivision. During previous building permits, it does appear that that water body was shown. I can't comment as to why or why not they didn't address that for the other building permits. As mentioned in my report, though, it should be noted that if we do go the minor variance route, given the history of lot creation via that plan of subdivision, we may have some responsibility to provide a positive recommendation, given that we approve the creation of these lots. So we may have some responsibility to permit some sort of development on these properties.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie, please.
Yeah, I agree with Deputy Mayor Kennedy, because there's been so much going on there in the last 5-10 years. So I agree with Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Okay, so we do have a resolution that was in our agenda package that says it's not considered a water body, and so at that point, if this passes, then they wouldn't need to do anything. It sounds like I might have a mover and a seconder for that. Is there who Councillor Wood Roberts and Deputy Kennedy? So I'll read the resolution. Be resolved that Council declares the water course to be a man-made drainage or irrigation channel. Therefore, as per section 2.182 of the zoning bylaw, it is not considered a water body and a minimum water setback does not apply. All those in favor? And any opposed? Okay, that is carried. So then we'll move up to the top item, which is back to the zoning bylaw amendment provision.
Yes, just give me one moment, please, so I can get the documents open.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. So the last item is the general zoning bylaw review. At the council meeting on March 5th, council reviewed an updated project overview for this project. Attached to the agenda today is a table that outlines proposed amendments, definitions, provisions, permitted uses for council direction. The table includes the existing bylaw provisions with reference to the applicable section of the bylaw. It also includes the proposed provisions and a reason why the proposed amendment is being proposed. To be clear, this is not a final decision for council. If council is happy with the provisions being proposed, they will be included in a draft bylaw. That draft bylaw will go out for public consultation to an open house and 2 public meetings. And then once that public consultation process is completed, it'll come back to council via a bylaw for a final decision. Just for a status update, Danielle is doing a great job. She is almost complete the mapping changes required to the schedules. And Chris is busy working on some amendments to private properties. So staff will bring these maps and further amendments forward to future council meetings. Moving on to the table of proposed amendments. I'm going to go through them one by one. Feel free to ask questions at any time. I will keep these, I'm going to keep notes. So if there's anything you want added or removed or further research completed, let me know and I'll take note. You may wish to open the table and follow along. It's a long document, but I'm going to go through it systematically. As per the table, the deletions are highlighted in red and crossed out, and the additions are highlighted in green. So let's get started. So at the top of the table, you can see the headings, current zoning bylaw provision, proposed zoning bylaw amendment, and reason for the amendment. We're going to start in section 2, which is the definition section of the bylaw. The first item is a proposed definition for the term attached. Staff are proposing this for technical reasons to prevent pod-like development where dwellings are being constructed to contain multiple dwelling units. I'm not going to read every definition and every provision, but I am going to read some that I think I need to bring to council's attention for comment. The second item is a definition for fence. This is being proposed to clarify the use of a fence based on previous misinterpretations of the bylaw. The next 3 items are definitions for backyard hen, hen run, and hen coop. These definitions and provisions below are to facilitate the use of backyard hens in and around the village and the hamlet areas. And I am going to read these just because this is a big change to the bylaw, and I do want council direction. The definition of a backyard hen states a domesticated female chicken that is at least 4 months old. A hen does not include a rooster. The provisions for backyard hens are outlined in section 3. Hen run, the definition states that it's a covered, secure enclosure that allows hens access to the outdoors. And lastly, hen coop is a fully enclosed waterproof building where hens are kept and in which the interior of includes nest boxes for egg laying, perches for hens to sleep on, and food and water containers. Does staff have any questions about those definitions? I mean, sorry, does council have any questions about those definitions? Okay, I'll move on. The next item, section 2.58, healthcare center is being amended to include retirement homes as a permitted use under the healthcare center. 2.61 home industry is being amended to ensure that a private cabin as a rental opportunity cannot be considered a home industry. 2.82, the front lot line. This is just a clerical correction. And feel free to cut in at any time if you have any questions. I'm going to try and go through them quickly because we have a lot to cover. The next item is the definition for private cabins, section 2.127. Staff are proposing changes to clarify the intended use of a private cabin for overflow sleeping and accommodation, and that they are not to be used for rental opportunities. Given the previous definition, staff were getting proposals saying woodworking was a private cabin, concert venues were a private cabin and stuff like that. And I'm looking to council for direction, but I think the intent of a private cabin is, when it came out, was for overflow sleeping and accommodation. Section 2.130 is just a clerical correction to the definition of Quonset hut. Section 2.162 is just an amendment to the definition of structure to just use a defined term of wind turbine as opposed to windmill. Moving on to the next one is a definition for urban agriculture. This is another big proposed change to our bylaw. The definition of urban agriculture states it's an accessory use that is the practice of cultivating, processing, and distributing food for personal consumption, donation, or with the intention of produce for sale. Examples of urban agriculture include backyard gardens, berry patches, shared gardens, container gardening, edible landscaping, greenhouse agriculture, herb gardens, urban farms, orchards and vineyards, rooftop gardens, and schoolyard gardens. This provision has been requested or proposed by Harvest Halliburton, and it will bring it into compliance with the provisions of the official plan. Below, the provisions for urban agriculture will be outlined in more detail. Moving on to section 3, which are the general provisions of the bylaw. Section 3.1b is proposed amendment is being proposed to clarify, sorry, I'm just skipping back, to permit gates in a minimum setback area, and to require decks located within the water setback to comply with the setback for a main building to reduce conflicts between neighboring property owners. Staff have been hearing conflicts where there's decks right along the water, right up to the lot line side by side, whereas the two neighbors are not getting along because they're so close together. So that is the reason we're proposing that setback. Section 3.1D, private cabins. This is a clerical update to use a defined term of story as opposed to floor. And that's the same thing for section 3.1E, two-story accessory structures. It's a clerical update to use the term story as opposed to floor. Now we're going to get into the proposed provisions for backyard hens. And I'm going to go through it and read it out for you. If you have any questions, let me know. It states that where backyard hens are permitted use, it is permitted subject to the following requirements. A maximum of 4 hens shall be permitted per lot. Hens must be kept in the hen coop from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. and at no time shall they be permitted to be running at large outside of the hen coop or hen run. Home slaughter of hens is prohibited, and any deceased hens shall be disposed of at a livestock disposal facility or through the services of a veterinarian. The sale of eggs and other products associated with the keeping of hens is prohibited. Hen coops and hen runs must meet the setback requirements for the zoning bylaw for main buildings. Hen coops and hen runs are only permitted in the rear yard of a lot and shall not be located in a yard that abuts a street. Hen coops and hen runs shall not exceed a total combined ground floor area of 10 square meters. Hen coops shall provide a minimum area of 0.37 square meters per hen. Hen runs shall provide a minimum area of 0.92 square meters per hen. And lastly, hen coops and hen runs shall be maintained in a clean condition, and the coop shall be kept free of obnoxious odors, substances, and vermin. Again, this is to bring our bylaw into, this is a proposal by Harvest Halliburton for backyard hens. This is supported by our official plan, and these regulations are implemented to minimize impacts on neighboring property owners. Moving on to section 3.5, contained outdoor storage. This is just a clerical update to remove a dated bylaw reference. Section 3.19A5, this amendment is to prevent the increase of height of dwellings with legal non-complying water setbacks that are located within 10 meters of the water. We've always interpreted it this way as staff. However, the bylaw was unclear as to whether you couldn't increase the area of encroachment, but did that mean you couldn't go 2 stories when you were close to the water? So this will clean that up. Moving on to section 3.22, parking. These are to add provisions for parking and queuing for a car wash. Section 3.30, street setbacks, is a clerical update of a reference. Moving on is a new subsection for urban agriculture. And I'll read this one out in its entirety. Where urban agriculture is a permitted use, it is permitted subject to the following requirements. Development shall not generate pedestrian or vehicular traffic or parking in excess of that which is characteristic of the zone in which it is located. Accessory activities may include storage, composting, on-site sales, and structures related to the operations and the extension of the growing season. The urban agriculture development shall not generate noise, odor, waste, or visual impact in excess of that which is characteristic of the zone in which it is located. Storage sheds, cisterns, tool sheds, compost bins, or similar structures shall be located in the rear yard or the side yard of a lot and shall not be located in a yard abutting a street. Where this is not possible, it shall be concealed from view as much as possible. There shall be no outdoor storage of materials or equipment associated with the use. A compost bin or pile must be located at least 3 meters away from any property line. A compost bin or pile shall have a solid barrier to screen it from view and shall have a lid. And compost may only consist of plant or plant-based material and shall not utilize any mechanized processes. Again, this is to bring the bylaw into compliance with our official plan. This was requested by the Harvest Halliburton, and it does support our local food system. And these regulations are to minimize the land impacts on neighboring property owners. The last section in general amendments is section 3.33 wind turbines, and it's just a clerical update. Moving on to section 5, which is the residential zones. As you can see, we've just noted that backyard hens will be permitted in the rural residential, suburban residential, urban residential 1, 2, and 3 zones, with a clause that they're not permitted on lots with multi-residential development, and that urban agriculture is permitted in the suburban residential, urban residential 1, 2, and 3 zones. Amendments to the institutional zones are outlining that urban agriculture be permitted in both the urban institutional and rural institutional zone. And that is it. Thank you for sticking with me, and I apologize for the long-winded report, but this is going to be a common occurrence for the next couple meetings.
That's okay. I did note that there was a question, but I thought it was better to let you kind of go right through it, what you had to propose at first.
Appreciate it.
To let the councillors know, Jeff and I talked about one of the really important things of when you bring your do your zoning bylaws, you want to be able to have public input. And my experience the last time we did it in 2011, I believe. What, Jeff?
Correct.
We hosted some open houses here in the municipal office. So I suggested to Jeff that maybe we could look into seeing if some of those could be done at the Legion, where we could be a little farther apart from each other, because we actually get quite a few people coming to those meetings, the open house style meetings. And we could have our maps up and we could have the different things in place. So we will be looking into that. Councillor Smith, I know you had a question early on, so you go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. Jeff, just with respect to the private cabin, you'll recall last year we had a number of discussions to a complaint about a yurt that was located on a property and being rented out through Airbnb and such. And so would it fall into the category of a private cabin if the yurt was actually compliant with the building code?
That's a great question, Councillor Smith. And you will be seeing provisions for yurts next month. I've already completed them. Basically, what they're going to say is that a yurt is a private cabin. And so that is the only use for a yurt is a private cabin. And it's being restricted to certain zones. So I will be bringing that forward next month. And you can comment or ask questions at that time.
Okay, thanks. So then it would be like any other private cabin and not available for rent. It's like a bunkie for.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good question, Councillor Clark.
Jeff, you mentioned one of the modules there about pods, and I take it that stacking or whatever it is, so we're not seeing the, what is it, like the trailers or whatever it is, those big metal containers being stacked up. I guess is probably what you're after. What I have seen though, and I think it was a group actually out of Lindsay, Canada Build, who were manufacturing complete units. And some of those units are being used up north for creation of apartment buildings, 2 or 3 level apartment buildings. These things are somehow all connected together. Would these things constitute a pod? Would they be looked at as a pod?
Are you referring to shipping containers or?
There's 2 different things. Yeah, shipping containers. I can see you've seen pictures of London, England, and other places where they're trying to create housing and they're trying to be creative on use of all these shipping containers that haven't got any use anymore. That's one thing, but what I'm talking about is I don't know if you ever, so there's a plant in Lindsay called Canada Bills. And what they were doing is many, you know, in plant manufacturing of homes that would be put on the back of a truck and then moved. But one of their designs, and I looked at this a couple of years ago, was for building apartment buildings, and a completed unit then would be dropped, you know, would almost be stacked into some kind of an arrangement to create high density housing or medium density housing. These manufactured homes that are stacked like that, would that be considered pods?
That's not what staff are referring to. However, if you wish to send me information on that, we can take a look at it.
Okay.
What you're referring to is my comment pod-like development when I was talking about the definition for attached. We've had various proposals over the past where they have a main dwelling and a breezeway to another portion of the dwelling, let's just say, or what they call a portion of the dwelling. But staff have concerns that they're doing various separate dwelling units that can be rented out while they still stay in their main portion of the dwelling. So what that definition is just saying is that for it to be part of that main dwelling, it has to be attached and accessible from the dwelling unit. You don't have to go outside to get into the other portion of the dwelling unit. So that was the intent of the definition of attached.
Okay.
But you can send me that information. I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, so there will be lots of opportunity for further discussion. This is just early stages on this. Jeff, you also included your timeline. And again, those things are dependent on being able to properly host some kind of public open house that we have dated there. So.
Yes, and in the report, I noticed that we were a bit behind time. The time away from the office and the time working on other things has put us a little bit behind time, but we're confident we're going to make that time. However, as you and I discussed, it might be better to have a special meeting of council just so that this is one item instead of an item at the end of a long day. So we can talk about that later, but I'm still confident we can make those the open house for August and the draft bylaw by July.
Yeah, and I did say, as I looking at the agenda and the time, et cetera, for today, I think it probably is a good idea. And that's what we've done in the past, is to have it, you know, and with the ability to meet by Zoom, if, you know, we need an extra meeting on an extra day. So you and I'll, and we can discuss how we go forward with that. So anything else you want to add for today, or we just sort of, other than the Public Planning Committee date to be determined?
If I could add just one more thing about this item, is that we will be posting this this table to our website, along with reports and stuff, so that the public can look at the proposed amendments before they even get to the open house or public meeting, so that they can provide comments and staff can review them.
Okay. Fair
but
enough.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't know when the Public Planning Committee can meet again. Are there any zoning applications that are waiting?
There is one waiting, and we're actually aiming to have a public meeting at the June council meeting.
Okay.
So there's one existing item that was supposed to proceed to the public meeting in April. It's been put on hold, and the applicants have been very patient. They do want to get moving forward with building permits and stuff, so we do want to move ahead. I think we're comfortable with some documents that we have that will outline the process for facilitating public input for a public meeting. So I think June is where we're going.
Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I don't know about everybody. I'm getting a little weary and ready for a break, but I'm trying to think, and so I'm just going to see by consensus. So I can see all of you. Can we keep plodding forward till we get to closed where we can take a break? I see nods and everyone's okay to push through a little bit. It is getting quite late. So if we can continue on with all the public portion of our meeting. It looks like a lot of things there. There's quite a few resolutions, so it'll take at least half an hour to get through this. And then we'll take a break going into close. Is everyone okay with that, or does anyone need a break right now? You okay to keep going? All right, so very good. So it's committee updates. Infrastructure and Equipment Committee. These are back for March.
Really nothing to update. All the recommendations have been dealt with at previous council meetings. There's nothing really in there that for the warrant, I don't believe.
It's a formality. We do have a resolution to adopt the minutes though, so I do need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith.
I think Cheryl has a comment, Andrea.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry. I was going to, excuse me, Your Worship. One of the reasons why we're putting on the committee minutes at this time is in preparation for the committee of the whole process after the pandemic is up. So that is why we're asking council to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you. So that was moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the minutes of the Infrastructure and Equipment Committee meeting held March 12, 2020 be adopted by council as circulated. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Carried. We have four different sets of minutes, or no, sorry, couple of minutes and a couple of other resolutions. So the first is the minutes from the Environment and Climate Change Committee from March 12th. Do I have a mover for those? Councillor Smith, Deputy Kennedy. Be it resolved the minutes of the Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting held March 12, 2020 be adopted by council as circulated. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, it's carried. Okay. Just bear with me. So the second is, I'm just reading it.
Your Worship?
Yes.
There was a recommendation in the Environment and Climate Change Committee that council support a recommendation with respect to the management and collection service for producers, which is the next resolution. It's a little bit muddy. So that's why that's there from the minutes. And then there's a resolution prepared by Mallory Bishop during the committee process that either Mallory or Councillor Smith could speak to.
Okay, that's the second one. All right. So yes. For the second resolution, I need a mover and a seconder, or no? Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, council supports the recommendation from the Environment and Climate Change Committee that council pass a resolution indicating a preferred transition date of January 1st, 2023. And that further council pass a resolution indicating they would potentially, under the right commercial terms, be willing to continue to provide contract management and collection services for producers. All in favor? Yes, I had a little tongue-tied reading that. That's why I stalled at the beginning. This third one that was included in our package, no, it was not, pardon me. There's another resolution that's very long. So I will read that. This is the resolution to transition to full producer responsibility. So Cheryl, you're saying that we have to read this as well.
Yes, Your Worship, that was a recommendation from the committee that needs to be passed by and supported by council.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm popping in here in case anyone needs me to answer any questions. It is complicated. It's part of the transition to Blue Box, individual producer responsibility. So this is AMO attempting, it's not holding us in stone, but they're attempting to figure out when different local communities want to transfer to full producer responsibility because they're doing a 3-year transition period. And because we pay so much for haulage and we're just a collector, we don't process, so we don't have a sorting facility to deal with. Because of our circumstance, it makes the most logical sense for us to transition as soon as possible. So that just so if anyone has any questions, it is long to read the draft proposals. So.
Right, but this, I didn't see this in my package, so
okay.
That's okay, because so now I'm seeing it now. So it's hard for me to ask for a mover and a seconder from the floor when they haven't seen it, but it is regarding the resolution to transition to full producer responsibility. So if I can have a mover and a seconder, or I could read it first and after. Okay, Councillor Smith, you're okay with that? Moving such, yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is an important piece of legislation.
Yes.
Like the concept of tires, this is going to reduce our costs of operating the landfill facilities and push the cost back to those who are manufacturing the stuff that needs to be recycled. And so, as Mallory said, it's in our interest to be at the head of the line in terms of getting this in place here as early as possible, and that's 2023.
Okay, so I do need a seconder on that. Councillor Smith has moved. Councillor Clark, I saw first. Okay, here we go. Whereas the amount of single-use plastics leaking into our lakes, rivers, waterways is growing area of public concern. Whereas reducing the waste we generate, reincorporating valuable resources from our waste stream into new goods can reduce GHGs significantly. Whereas the transition to full producer responsibility for packaging, paper, and paper products is critical to reducing waste, improving recycling, and driving better economic and environmental outcomes. Whereas the move to a circular economy is a global movement, and that the transition of blue box programs would go a long way toward this outcome. Whereas the Municipality of Dysart et al. Is supportive of a timely, seamless, and successful transition of blue box programs to full financial and operational responsibility by producers of packaging, paper, and paper products. And whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario has requested municipal governments with blue box programs to provide an indication of the best date to transition our blue box program to full producer responsibility. Therefore, be it resolved that the Municipality of Dysart et al. Would like to transition their blue box program to full producer responsibility January 1st, 2023, and that this decision is based on the rationale that our blue box hauling and processing contract will expire on December 31st, 2022. And that the Municipality of Dysart et al. Would be interested in providing collection services to producers should we be able to arrive at a mutually agreeable commercial terms. And further, that any questions regarding this resolution can be directed to Mallory Bishop, Environmental Manager, with a phone number attached. That would change, but anyway, and further that the resolution be forwarded to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and the Ontario Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks. I'm not reading that again. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Oh, it's on page 2. Carried. Excuse me. Okay. Lastly, Fleming College is, there's a resolution regarding that. You want to speak
Andrew,
to that?
just before you get to Fleming College, we have the Abbey Gardens letter there first, right?
Yes, sorry. Yep, there's just, I'm just looking at resolutions, not the agenda, pardon me. So yes, do you want to speak to that?
Well, I just wanted to highlight that it appears this master's student from Trent will be able to go ahead with this initiative. And I think it's terrific that Abbey Gardens is stepping up and hosting a project there that will collect community input regarding the topic of composting and educate people on how to do composting properly. As Samuel, the student, gets in place, he's developing a survey that he'd like to get input from local businesses and residents on. And you know, we'll have a chance to look at the survey once he's got it, but ideally it's something that could be distributed by the municipality through its website and social media, so we can get extensive participation in terms of collecting input. And then, you know, when he starts the program at Abbey Gardens, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to sell our composters and digesters there, you know, on the same basis we do at the Halliburton landfill site, and get more and more people engaged in activity, and thereby reduce the demand on our landfill site.
Excellent. That's great. It can still participate. That's great.
Yeah.
Any questions for John or Mallory on that initiative? No? Very good. Thanks on that. And so the last is the plastic and waste litter reduction report, and there is a resolution to review and recommend promotion and educational actions for 2021. So that's a long report. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to that as well, or we've all had it in our package. Just mindful of the time.
Well, I just speak to it quickly, if that's okay. Originally, when we set this up, we had it lined up that we were going to have a student join us this summer, and unfortunately that didn't turn out. So it'd be good for our internal staff to kind of review the recommendations that were made. Part of it is engaging residents and businesses in a survey to try to inform the education program that rolls out after that. So that's why I kind of want you know, the new staff that come in and any opportunities that come up in the future. But the pandemic really kind of, you know, as it did with everything, it threw a wrench in this as well. But we have a very nice report that we can look over, and we can try to plan from there as well. And that's all I wanted to say about it.
Well, that's great. And we do have a new staff coming in, so then they can be reviewing this. So I need a mover and a seconder for the resolution. Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council accepts the plastics, waste and litter reduction report from Fleming College's sustainable waste management class, and directs staff to share the report on the Dysart website and social media accounts. And further, that council directs staff to review the report and recommend promotion and education actions for 2021. All in favor? Great. And any opposed? Okay, carried. Events and Recreation Committee minutes to everything basically that they were planning is no more. So, but we still need to, council needs to adopt the minutes though. So I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Clark, second. Be it resolved that the minutes of the March 10th, 2020 Events and Recreation Programming Committee meeting be adopted by council as circulated. All in favor? And it's carried. Cultural Resources not met. Glebe Park has not met. Dymo Bus Committee, same thing. The minutes are there. So I'll need a mover and a seconder. Deputy Kennedy, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the minutes of March 12, 2020 Dymo Committee meeting be adopted by council as circulated. All in favor? And that's carried. I'm going to ask again before we move into finance and administration. I think we have too much to do, and we have been sitting for quite some time. Some people might need a break, and I'm going to ask again if anyone. I think we have a little too much to continue going at this pace. To go into closed. So is everyone okay if we just take a half-an-hour break and come back after that time? Mallory, is that okay with you?
Yep, that's fine with me.
It's just a long time to sit, and we might need to stretch. I know my back and my throat was extremely tired from maybe talking too much. So that does put us taking a 30-minute break.
Do we need a half an hour?
No, we don't need a half an hour. We could take another just 15-minute break, and feel free if you start your lunch, you can be eating your lunch. That's a good suggestion. Is everyone okay with just a 15-minute break?
Yep, that's fine.
Lots of nods. So we will take a 15-minute break. So if I can do my math, that's 12:50, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so at 12:50, we will reconvene. So just bear with as Mallory shuts us all down for a 15-minute break. Thank you. Sorry, but we had too much. Okay, so Mallory, I think, do you have everybody back online?
Yep, everyone's in here now.
Okay, and I've unmuted myself. So that was a quick break, but because we are going to keep going through and most of you are at home, feel you can have some lunch while we're still continuing. And thank you. I needed that little stretch and break. And we're just waiting. Councillor Wood Roberts is just getting to her desk, I see. So we will move into finance report. So then we will need Barbara, who's there. There she is.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Barbara.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay.
Okay, so starting off with the check summary reports, we have the March and April reports. March is typically higher than the other months. We had our transfer payments both to the county and the boards of education, roughly about $3 million there in total. The April check summary includes 3 pay periods for payroll. Other than that, it's pretty much status quo.
Okay, so that's a check summary for March and April, and then the revenue expenditure report. We may have a question or two there.
Yep, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Is there any questions on the revenue? Sorry, just a little hiccup here. Councillor Smith, did you have a question? Unmute. Unmute. Councillor Smith, can you unmute?
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah. Start again. Don't worry.
Sorry. I know we're going to get a more comprehensive report next month. But I was quite taken aback at the garbage disposal revenue year to date being as low as it is. And is there anything other than the impact of the pandemic there?
On the garbage, the tipping fees?
Yeah, so you're on your first page of your financial summary there.
Mm-hmm.
The third line from the bottom, garbage disposal revenue.
Right. So basically, it's looking at trends here. This is as of April. Majority of our garbage revenue or tipping revenue comes over the summer and into the fall, obviously dependent upon any demolitions that do come into the landfill. From time to time, we may have large demolitions coming in October, November timeframe. But at this point, actually, we had a very good tipping month in April. And I will say that although we weren't taking cash at the landfills, we had a really good uptake on the debit and credit transactions.
Okay. So no reason to be alarmed at the 14% so far then?
Not at this point.
All right. Also, can I ask you, Barbara, is there any reason why with this report, when you show the previous year's results, you don't show the year to date for the previous year? So you're comparing a full year to, in this case, 4 months. Although it's labeled at the top year to date, it's actually the whole year. If you had the year to date, the actual year to date for last year and the year to date for this year, it would be a more representative report, right?
Well, we can look at the structure of the report if it's council's desire to see an annual and a year-to-date for the annual, we certainly can revisit the structure of the report.
All right, thank you. I personally, in most organizations, you would have a comparable to comparable, so it would be the year-to-date for this year compared to the year-to-date to last year, and that would be, I think, would be helpful.
Anyone else want to comment on that, or Deputy Kennedy?
I'd support Councillor Smith's motion on that, or whatever recommendation on that. It is beneficial. I noted a couple things there that kind of red flags, and you have to say, oh no, that's the whole year and not just the first quarter or whatever. So if it wasn't a huge effort, I would definitely support that recommendation.
Barbara, do you think that's is it a difficult thing to change in the reporting?
Oh, we can accommodate that.
Okay, all right. Well, that sounds, does it mean adding another column or just?
Yeah, we'll put in a few more columns there to bring in the year-to-date, year-over-year, and the total 12 months as well. So
Sure.
it'll be that comparative.
Okay, well, that'll be appreciated then. That's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
And oftentimes, like some things can be at 100% in the first month because it's a bill that gets paid right in January, and so you're already at 100% expense, or depends. Sometimes it's the other way around. Okay, but there's no other hiccups, and we will be looking at how the impact of COVID-19 is affecting our expense revenue picture in a budget review at some point. I don't know if we're able to have that for June, or if you want to aim for July. So July would be we'd then have full 6 months in.
Right, yeah, and I think at the last council meeting, it was a desire to have a revised budget at June 30th of 2020.
Yeah, so it wouldn't come to the council meeting till the July council meeting.
Right.
Yes, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And then metered sewage report, this is down and will continue to.
Yeah, this is feeling the effects of COVID, and so definitely if we're looking at the monthly average, and if you run that over the course of 12 months and compare it to last year, you're down 14%. So it's going to have a direct impact on the environment budget.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's everything in the finance department for now. That's going to be a very important questions, and as we go forward and see how all of this is affecting our structure. So then we'll move on to the Dysart et al. Website update, and Tamara, I'm going to let you take that report.
Okay. As everyone knows, we budgeted for a new website this year. The county and some of the other municipalities went together on a joint RFP process last year. And if you recall, we weren't ready at that point. We hadn't budgeted for it and didn't have the staff time at that point. But it was the intent that once we were ready this year and had the budget, we would reach out to them to see if we could negotiate similar prices and structure of contract. So we've done that. We reached out and got a proposal. In the meantime, a few of us, including the mayor and deputy mayor and the IT department and GIS and the treasurer, we're in on a meeting to clarify some questions around integration and e-commerce and buildable forms and so forth. And because we're looking at this partly from a recovery position in terms of, we realized how necessary it is to move to an online format, not just for now, but because we have a huge seasonal population, it'll really help improve that service to them in the long term. The company eSolutions has done hundreds of 350 municipal websites, so they're very experienced. They have vast experience with accessibility compliance. Sorry, my dog's going. They have user-friendly site designs that transfer across all mobile devices. Software is easy to use and all staff will be trained to use it. And it has ability for ongoing expanded functionality, which I know there's some interest in other departments at looking at further digitization as we move forward. We had $30,000 budgeted. We came in $833 over budget, but that includes the e-commerce implementation that we weren't considering up front. And annual hosting costs would be $6,309. That includes hosting and all the license renewals and annual fees, including the e-commerce. The proposals attached for your review, they listed quite a few different municipal sites they work on, and once this is approved, they'll give us the full list so we can look at various templates. We've opted in this model to go for a template approach because they've done so many. We have basically 350 templates to choose from. If we wanted to build straight from scratch, it would add another $8,000 to the cost approximately in another few months of time. So this is the option we are recommending. Do you have any questions at this point?
Any questions to Tamara? I just want to point out at the beginning of your report, you talk about in the background, and when you say staff built the current Dysart website, I'd like to just point out to everybody, it was Tamara who did this on a shoestring and did a fabulous job, but it really is timely to update this. And our online meeting with eSolutions was very productive, and we've been working with them at the county. So I have full confidence in their ability to we'll have a professional, not just professional looking, but we want people to be able to easily access that information, and we want to be able to streamline things for the future. And I believe that this can do that. The only thing that I was wondering, we do have it in the resolution, which is to there's two things. There's the bit of the shortfall on $833, but there's also the annual hosting and software licensing fee. So because we wouldn't be able to have our website up and running until we're hoping the end of the year.
We're hoping within the year.
Within the year, but
Yeah.
do you license it on the calendar year from the date of your licensing? And I'll tell you where I'm coming at is, if this is going to be an annual fee, this should not necessarily come out of the modernization fund, but as an annual cost to council.
Yeah, I was thinking just for this year because we didn't have it budgeted, because we likely will impact. So even if it was December when we started the website, it went live, that would be like a full 12 months. So we'd still get a full year out of that hosting and licensing fees.
And the licensing fee going forward should be incorporated. So it's just for the first year. Okay.
Yeah, if we have to expend in 2020, we don't have a budget for that. So that's what that recommendation's for.
Okay. So questions to Tamara, Councillor Smith, and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So, by the way, I thought eSolutions, I mean, obviously great references and a very credible methodology that they've mapped out in their proposal that you plan to use. Although I wasn't on the call, it sounds like they're very strong at 100 employees, in Toronto, Waterloo. I was curious if any of our local companies had bid on this work. The HCDC, we've got their lease later, and they have incubators. They're trying to get some online or some technical people working here. Was there any interest at all from those startups?
This was a county RFP process, a joint project through them. So because we weren't involved, I wasn't privy to all their information, but I'm sure it's in the council report. I could go back and look, but I don't think so, but I'm not positive. I will check.
Yeah. It just seems a shame that, we're trying to support those local businesses, giving them a discount in terms of that space right next door. And, and we do have some web developers that have, I don't know if they're still there, but have come through that. There's probably no business in town that's going to be spending $30,000 on a website. So I was curious about that aspect of it. The other thing that you've got there, the concept of an annual maintenance fee in the optional. So there are a number of optional costs that were expressed here. and they had for $2,500 yearly unlimited support. It doesn't appear that you included that in your budget.
No, we had discussions on that, and it was felt that most clients don't opt for that because the site is so well set up to self-manage that you very rarely need eSolutions to come in and do any major fixes afterwards. And if you do, there's an hourly rate for that. That's usually more economical.
Okay. Were there any other options that you were?
I'm just gonna, just before you go on to the next question, just always raise your hand in case there's somebody else that's wanting to speak as well. And Tamara, also, is there not 90 days free training?
Yep. Yeah, all the components have training included in them.
But he said most of the issues come up in that first 90 days and then they're offered. He actually didn't recommend it because he thinks it's a
yeah, that's true. You're right. Yeah, he did say that. 90 days from launch, they're going to cover everything anyway and make sure everything's troubleshooted. But he said most of his clients don't take the package because they find they don't need it.
Yeah. So Councillor Smith, one more, and then Councillor Clark was waiting.
The page 241 there, this report, they also talk about a vendor pay model. And I didn't know what that meant. It sounded like vendors were going to have to pay something to participate in RFP process or something going forward. What does that mean?
That's a bidder option that you can have there. Right now, a lot of people use Bidingo, which Rob from Public Works is very familiar with. And I think companies pay to join Bidingo, I understand, to get access to all these things. So it'd be a similar process, but it would be internal. Now, it doesn't mean we have to use it, but that option is there. So we can set that. So we told them they may as well set it up if it's included and it's there. We can look at that.
Okay. And then if we did that, we would have to implement our own fee associated with businesses reviewing bids and submitting tenders?
I'll have to look at that section again. I haven't looked at it in detail yet. Like, I'd like to get the people who actually do a lot more of the procurement involved in discussing that, but.
Okay.
Okay, so Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I think it's very timely that we're moving to a company like eSolutions. It's not to say that all the work you did from a number of years back, Tamara, is not, you know, it was good, but we're hitting a point now that more and more of our service delivery is going to be online. We have to have a very professional presence, and we have to have access to leading edge developers and programmers, and that's out of Waterloo. That's not available locally. We've got a lot of young web designers who could do an individual business here, but they're not at the same level, I think, as what we require. So congratulations on getting this thing going. This is really what we need at this point in time, and to go forward in a professional manner.
And I think we can there's still opportunities to hire some local people. Like, I think the county's done that on a couple of occasions, hired local web designers to help out with certain components. And like, it doesn't totally preclude them. The one thing to that comment is that we have some really specialized services and a lot of really high security we have to deal with. So going with a company like eSolutions, who's proven their safety and security when you're talking about online taxes or online building permits, online planning applications, online burn permits, everything will be so that people can fill out the form right on their computer, hit upload. They can upload whatever documents they want to go along with it. Until they've uploaded everything they need, it won't be complete. So there won't be that drag time of all the back and forth as well. I think it'll really help streamline processes overall for staff, but especially the public.
That's good.
Okay, so there is a resolution, and that resolution was there in our package. So do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Kennedy. Be it resolved that Council authorizes an agreement with eSolutions for purposes of annual hosting and licensing fees in the amount of $6,309 with funds to be drawn from the Municipal Modernization Funding, and further, that Council also fund the amount of $833, which exceeds the established 2020 website budget from the Municipal Modernization Fund. All in favor? Okay, and any opposed? And that's carried. That's great. You can tell them they got the contract. Okay. So the next item is the letter from the Solicitor General that I referred to earlier to do with the community safety and well-being plans. So don't think I need to add anything there. So we'll move on to the Haliburton Highlands Nordic Trails Association request to construct an emergency shelter. I'm not sure how Carl will get there to do a building inspection, but it's deep in the bush. Anyone have, this is not in Glebe Park. This is on lands on municipal property, but not actually, it's outside of the Glebe Park boundary. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, and I think this is something we have to support. This is something like the Jackrabbit program, and a lot of our youth in the community are very active on these ski run stuff. So no, it's definitely something we need to get behind.
Yeah, this is pretty far in on the trails. I've walked those. I'm not that's very hard cross-country skiing in there. So it's not probably, this isn't for the little kids. This is sort of like a nice halfway point and you're out for a 2 or 4 hour ski. And they're very common in Nordic Trails associations, and their offer is to purchase and do everything. So they'll still need a building permit, but it's just permission to build on municipal property. Okay, so mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, Your Worship. I had
Yes.
left the resolution blank because I wondered if there was going to be any conditions based upon the use of municipal land, some kind of the need for an agreement, insurance, those types of things, because it's going to be used by the public on municipal property.
So could we just then further add to the resolution that that they supply their because they have insurance anyway to operate on Glebe Park, but not necessarily for structures. So if you want to add the component of insurance and maintenance is at their responsibility to provide that to the municipality, we could add that.
I would recommend it. I would think based on this clientele that we're dealing with, especially claims and that type of things.
Okay, so it says, so proof of insurance. Is that one, Cheryl?
Yeah, I definitely proof of insurance and maybe some kind of use agreement. I'm thinking other agencies, even within the park, that have structures or have a land use agreements with us.
But I think the Nordic Trail already have an agreement with us for the use of the trails. This is just on this structure.
But we have a separate agreement for them with respect to their other little shed that they store the grooming equipment in on Glebe Park.
Okay, so I don't like writing these in by myself when we're so what?
Yeah, I wasn't involved. I'm sorry, Your Worship. I wasn't involved in the discussions with the other staff. So, but I'm just wondering if we could bring it back next month and have staff time to review what maybe we should be doing.
I'm just
Mara,
looking at.
you want to weigh in?
Mara?
Well, a few of us talked about it. I know I talked to Carl and a few others. Jeff may want to weigh in as well. I don't think Jeff saw any issues from a zoning issue. Carl said with the size of the building, what they're proposing should be fine. But you could call on either of them to speak right now.
I think it's just, you know, from experience and not putting things clearly in an agreement, and then they bite you some 20 years down the road. So proof of insurance and that they are at the sole responsibility of the maintenance of the structure. So maybe we can, I'm just looking, and I see you, Councillor Donaldson, I'm just wondering what their time frame to build. I thought I read that in here somewhere. Can someone quickly remember where that was when they were planning on building?
Said they want to build it over the summer and fall of 2020. It's at the
So I don't think
last paragraph there.
I don't think delaying this to the June meeting would be any problem then. If that's your preference, so that we do put the, I'm holding up a piece of paper to the computer, but you know what I mean? That we can have the correct conditions in place. Is that what? So
Yeah.
it'd be not to come to the end of the June, but they could have everything ready. They've got the design, so. Okay, so then I will, yeah, oh, sorry, Councillor Donaldson.
Can you not just put that, you could, I think was what you're looking for is third-party liability. And if you've already got an agreement with others, you just add that emergency building into the group of whatever we've already got agreement with, and just put third party that we're named, that Dysart's named on their liability, including the building. So if anything happened in the building, then we are covered as well. But that way they can get going on their.
Yeah, because it really is just the insurance issue.
Yeah, I think that's what it sounds like, isn't it, Cheryl?
Yeah.
I just want to ensure, based on the liability and other land use agreements, even with that, the municipality is protected. That's all.
Okay.
That's my concern.
But you don't want, Councillor Donaldson saying, like, we don't know that they don't want to start actually building this month. So we don't necessarily want to hold it up when we're all in agreement. It's just a technicality, really. Councillor Smith, I think you wanted to weigh in.
Well, it does say there in the report that it's they plan to complete it over the summer and fall. So it still is May, and we'll have another council meeting next month. And you know, I think what we're expressing here is you know, support for the concept. But to Cheryl's point about a formal land use agreement, as we do with other organizations in the community, charities, not-for-profits, and so forth, that want to do something on our property, there's actually an agreement in place. Look at how long we dealt with the land trust over the trail. And, you know, to simply say here, you know, as long as you got insurance, it's okay. Because to that point, you mentioned yourself, Andrea, that, you know, 20 years down the road, these things come back and bite you. If you don't get the agreement in place before they put the building up, it's not going to change after the fact.
Yeah, fair enough, except we do have a land use agreement with them already. So it's not the same as the trust. But Cheryl, you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, Your Worship, we have two separate agreements with the Nordic Trails. One is for the trails, which we provide for skiing and such, which they do provide annual insurance, and one for the equipment shed, I believe. So, I mean, that can just be amended to include this shed as well, which can certainly, it's just a formality. I just wanted to ensure liability and such is protected. So staff can review that and bring something back and just advise them that we are supporting this in principle.
Okay, and Tamara?
Could we not pass a resolution in principle on condition of them being able to meet the requirements of the municipal building permit process? If council's and getting insurance, because if council is okay with doing it, if they can start that process and get the building permit in, it's going to very quickly quantify all the other staff steps of whether it meets zoning and everything else.
Yeah. So what was the second thing, Tamara? Meets requirements.
Yeah.
Meets
and the insurance.
No, say that again. Meets the requirements of.
That it can meet the requirements of a municipal building permit.
Yeah.
Because if they do the site plan and show it, and Carl and Jeff look at it and say that it works there, then if council's okay with that, then they could probably go ahead.
Okay, I'm good with that. Because we already have an agreement with them in place. So do I have a mover then and a seconder for that? Councillor Wood Roberts, you want to so move?
I just have a question as well.
Okay.
Just as far as the liability, it is going to be equipped with wood stove, right? So that's something that Carl definitely has to look into.
I asked him that as well. And he said because of the size of the building, they wouldn't be able to get enough people in there to be a concern.
Okay.
So do you want to move that?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The seconder, Councillor Donaldson, seconder.
Yeah.
Be it resolved, the council supports a request from the Haliburton Highlands Nordic Trails Association to construct an emergency shelter on municipal land subject to the following conditions: proof of insurance and meeting the requirements of a municipal building permit. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. Okay. The County of Halliburton tourism oriented destination signage fee. This is just for information? No. Oh, we're writing to the minister. Okay, so this is from the county, pardon me, to ask lower tier municipalities to support this resolution, and that's one's in our package. Don't know where we'll ever get with that, but this county has asked us to support something, so it would be the right thing to do. If I do have a mover and a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council supports the position of the Halliburton County Tourism Committee and Halliburton County Council pertaining to tourism-oriented destination signage fee increases. And whereas the Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism and Culture and the Ministry of Transportation supervise the delivery and maintenance of tourism-oriented destination signage through a third party, Canada Tods Limited, and whereas our tourism stakeholders and other enterprises rely heavily on this signage to direct customers to their businesses. And whereas Canadian Tods Limited recently advertised their customers that fees will be doubling beginning in 2020. And whereas this will result in significant financial hardship for those business owners. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dysart et al. Council requests that the Minister of Tourism, Culture, Sport, and the Minister of Transportation and Laurie Scott, MVP, reconsider or phase in this fee increase, allowing an appropriate amount of time for businesses to adjust. All in favor? And any opposed? Okay, carried. Oh, library circulation. Well, practically non-existent. If you see a few books out, that's because staff are taking books out to do their online programming. And as I said at the beginning, hopefully by tomorrow afternoon, we'll have a curbside pickup protocol in place for our library. Item F, it is the bylaw for our procedural bylaw. We went through that last meeting, so probably I just need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw
quick question, Andrea, quick question.
Yep.
Yeah. We're going to, are we going to start this in June?
Yes.
Okay.
But we are not scheduling a committee of the whole meeting yet in June.
Well, that's what my question was. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Cheryl, I see you.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was hitting the wrong button.
So the first committee of the whole meeting then will be in August?
I can't speak to that at this time. I understand the emergency control group had agreed not to wait until the pandemic was over, because we can now just host Zoom meetings for council, okay. And the control group would still be meeting, but that's at council's discretion. And is the new clerk.
Yeah, true. But also because things are looking like that they will take longer, I would like to aim to get on the committee of a whole structure. So the purpose of that, as I said in the last council meeting, was that then the council meeting can basically is passing the resolutions from the recommendations from the committee of the whole. So so having a target of August would be realistic, not July and not June. Okay. We'll just continue with our regular council meeting. So be moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-35, being a bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And records keeping. Cheryl, would you like to speak to that? What did I do?
Oh, sorry, I'm one ahead of you, sorry. Yes, this is a new records retention bylaw. I wanted to have this up to date before I left. Sorry, I lost I'm backwards on my computer, so I apologize for this.
That's okay.
Municipalities are required in the municipal elections, sorry, I was going to say Elections Act, under the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection Act, to have a retention bylaw. So I'm just updating one that we have had in place since 2017. The amendments are just some clerical ones, some retention schedule changes, and adding some new categories of for subject matters. Did anybody have any questions?
Question on that? Tamara, any comment? Mallory, any comment? Okay, great. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-36 being a bylaw to provide a schedule of retention periods for the records of the corporation of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, so now the business incubator lease.
Your worship, was brought to my attention that I had the wrong schedule attached. I had been given, and I don't know how, and I apologize for it, but sections 2 in the lease agreement with respect to fixed rent, the calculation is actually lower than what's listed in the current agreement that is on your agenda. So the fixed rent is $3,284 with a quarterly payment of $821 instead of what is attached to your agenda, which I apologize for. I don't know what happened. Jim sent it to me and we all were reading the wrong lease agreement. So Barbara was kind enough to point that out to us. So the calculations were incorrect. So I will correct it accordingly, or I can bring it back next month properly corrected.
Well, so what I have in front of me is just the bylaw to authorize the execution of the lease agreement. So as long as the figures in there are correct to what they should be paying, and it included the cost of living.
That's correct. And they've been there for quite some time, so that's fine. I'll ensure that the correct lease is attached to the bylaw.
Yeah, and I'll read it when I sign it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I do need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Clark. Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved that bylaw 2020-37 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a lease agreement with the Haliburton County Development Corporation be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, carried, thanks. And I'm just going to make a note back to the procedural bylaw. We didn't bring the appointments of the councillors because there are still some committees of council where councillors are appointed, and we'll be bringing that back to the June meeting because there's a couple of people I'd like to talk to prior to that. That's why that's not on at the same time as the procedural bylaw. And lastly is the road naming bylaw.
Yes, through your worship. This is just an annual bylaw. We receive, county is in charge of naming all roads and public highways and administering the 911. This year, there's an addition to 2 roads to Dysart, which is Deer Point Lane and Driftwood Cove Trail, and 2 road names had been changed, which council approves in the wintertime. Clipper Lane was changed to Hunt Trail and Clarion Trail was changed to Clive Trail.
Okay. And we do this about once a year, or?
That's correct. They usually, they send it out once a year to all the municipalities and to be passed.
Okay. Lovely sounding names. A mover and a seconder for the road naming bylaw. Anybody? Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-38 being a bylaw to provide for the naming and renaming of all public and private roads within the Municipality of Dysart et al. Be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? And that's carried. So now we will go into closed session where the public will not be included. We do come out of closed session with some public resolutions at the end. And I am not able to say at this time how long closed session will take. So I will need a resolution to go into closed. So I need Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 1:30 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to a proposed disposition of land by the municipality in the township of Havelock in the township of Dysart, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. So we'll just take a minute while we close down the open portion of the meeting before we actually start the discussion of closed. I'll give Mallory some time to. Okay. It's almost over. I just heard. It's a long meeting. Mallory, you let me know.
Zoom time, I locked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
okay.
live, so we could go ahead and close her.
That's what I thought, that we are live. So yeah, there's just two resolutions to come out of closed session regarding the purchase of the lands on Kinesis Lake. So I need a mover and a seconder for the first one. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts, you've all changed places. Be resolved that council approves the estimate market value of John Parish dated February 18th, 2020 with respect to the original allowance for road between lots 5 and 6, concession 3, and part of the shore road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concession 3 in the township of Havelock, the municipality of Dysart et al. The purchase price of the lands is set at $30,000. All in favor? And that's carried. We're missing. That was still enough. And for the second piece of property, a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith, you want that? Did I see? Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council approves the estimate market value of John Parish dated February 18th, 2020 with respect to the original allowance for road between lots 5 and 6, concession 3, and part of the shore road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concession 3 in the township of Havelock, the municipality of Dysart et al. The purchase price of the lands is also set at $30,000. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, well, thanks, everybody. Just a confirming and an adjournment, and thanks again. The Zoom meetings are a little bit tiring, and next time I'll pack lunch. To all the IT people and for everybody working hard at home, and we're really trying to make Dysart keep the wheels going and make our municipality still a wonderful place to be and to work in. So I need a mover and a seconder for the information bylaw. Deputy Kennedy, Tammy Donaldson. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-39 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on May 26, 2020 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and feel attached here too. All in favor? And that is carried. And finally, the adjournment. Mover, anyone?
It's Walt's thing.
Still awake? Where's lost? I actually.
Walt goes adjournment.
You can see Walt. Okay. I do not see Walt, so I'm sorry. I cannot. Oh, there he is. Okay, pardon me. So moved by Councillor McKechnie, seconder. It's like Brady Bunch. I didn't see you. Okay, Nancy. Be it resolved that council adjourned its regular meeting held on May 26, 2020 at, somebody tell me the time, 2:39 p.m. All in favor? Great. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the glorious weather.